Okay, so the recording has started and the meeting is now recording, and I'll now take the sederunt for the meeting of the Council today held on the 15th of June 2022. Councillor Allison? Councillor Anderson?
Yeah.
Councillor Barker? Councillor Bradley?
Yeah.
Councillor Brogan? Councillor Brown?
Yeah.
Councillor Archie Buchanan?
Yeah.
Councillor Matthew Buchanan?
Yeah.
Councillor Kalikis?
Here.
Councillor Carmichael?
Present.
Councillor Chalmers?
Yeah.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah.
Councillor Convery?
Yeah.
Provost?
Here.
I have apologies from Councillor Corbett. Councillor Cowan?
Here.
Councillor Cowie?
Here.
Councillor Dempsey? Councillor Devlin? Councillor Dewar? Councillor Donnelly?
Here.
Councillor Fagan? Councillor Faulkner?
Yeah.
Councillor Ferguson?
Here.
Councillor Ferguson Miller?
Here.
Councillor Frame? Councillor Fulton?
Here.
Councillor Gowland? Councillor Gray?
Here.
Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Handybode? Councillor Horn?
Yeah.
Councillor Horsham? Councillor Hose? Councillor Keat? Councillor Kerr? Councillor Lambie?
Here.
Councillor Lennon?
Here.
Councillor Lockhart? Councillor Logan?
Here. Present.
Councillor Loudon? Councillor Hugh MacDonald?
Here.
Councillor Marsh?
Here.
Councillor McAdams?
Present.
Councillor McCallan?
Here.
Councillor McClymont? Councillor McCreary? Councillor Leslie MacDonald? I'll record our apologies. Councillor McDougall?
Here.
Connecting. Okay, so okay. Councillor McDougall?
Here.
Councillor McGeever? Councillor McLachlan?
Here.
Councillor Nelson? Councillor Ray?
I haven't got my work phone here.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Razak?
To do.
Here.
Councillor Robb?
Here.
Councillor Ross? Councillor Salamati?
Here. Here.
Councillor Scott? Councillor Scott? Oh, I can see you're in Teams. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Shearer?
Here.
Councillor Thompson?
Here.
Councillor Toner? Councillor Walker? Councillor Watson? Oh, sorry, I think I missed out Councillor Nugent. Apologies.
Thanks, Susan.
Sorry, thanks. Thank you. I'll now hand you back to the Provost.
Can I ask if there are any declarations of interest? Okay, unindicated. We're now moving on to item 2, minutes of previous meetings, pages 5 to 30. The minutes of the statutory meeting of South Lanarkshire Council held on the 18th May are also submitted for approval as a correct record. I believe the Chief Executive has a small amendment to make.
Thank you, Provost, and it's been drawn to our attention there's a typo on page 14 under the leader's remarks. It refers that the leader then invited Councillor Ross to speak. It was, of course, the Provost yourself who did so. We'll make the amendment in the correct record. Thank you.
Okay, can I move the minute as a correct record?
I'd second that, Provost.
Can we agree? Thank you. We're moving on to item 3, the Council Plan Connect 22 to 27. South Lanarkshire Community Plan 22 to 32, pages 31 to 74. Can I invite Tom Little to speak to this, please?
Thank you, Provost. As you say, this report starts on page 31 of your papers, and it brings before you the draft council plan and the draft community plan for your consideration. The council plan, which we call Connect, as you know, is the key strategic document, and it shapes the work of the council for the next 5 years. It shapes all of our other strategies and delivery of services. The community plan is what we call our local outcomes improvement plan, and we share that with our partners on the community planning partnership. And it does much the same thing for the partnership as the council plan does for the council. So again, the key strategic document. Looking at the council plan, the current council plan has just come to the end of its 5-year period, and that's why this current draft has been prepared for you to cover 2022 to 2027. Now, 3.2 in your report, which is also on page 31, it notes some initial steps that were taken following a mid-term review of the council plan in 2019. Those steps were taken to better align the council plan with the community plan to make sure the two plans were more clearly aligned in terms of what they hope to deliver for South Lanarkshire. 3.3 and 3.4, which takes on to page 32 of your papers, it then outlines how we added to those initial steps, how we've been able to build on them. And as a result, this was a result of the community plan being refreshed at much the same time as the work on the council plan was being undertaken. Now, we did that work with 3 key aims in mind. The first was to ensure there was a common vision and common outcomes for the two plan, to make sure they were aligning all of our services for the better good of South Lanarkshire. We also had an aim of making sure we used a very extensive and full public consultation exercise to inform the plans. And our last aim was to make sure that we brought the plans back to you in draft form for you can consider as soon as you could after the local government elections. Now, I am in danger of boring some members with this report because this is the 4th time I've spoken to you about the council plan in the past year, most recently on the 30th of May, so not long ago at all. I spent some time then talking in particular about the public consultation exercise that we'd undertaken, and I plan to do so again just now, if you'll bear with me. So it was agreed from the outset that both the plans should be developed from the communities upwards, that we should listen to what our people were looking for and then act upon it. So an initial phase of engagement was carried out between March and August 2021. And that involved us asking our residents to participate in a short open question survey where we asked them what their priorities were and their aspirations were for their communities. Now, more than 3,300 responses were received to that survey, but that was just the first part of the exercise. We took the feedback that we received and we carried out some analysis of it, and we used that to then be the building block for a second phase of engagement, which was what we called community conversations, and were in effect focus groups. So we had 27 of those in total, involved more than 200 of our local residents and community group members, and those took place between August and October 2021. I would stress that this work wasn't done in isolation. There already had been a great deal of engagement work done with our communities before then, in particular as we helped them develop a number of neighbourhood plans that have been created to cover South Lanarkshire, parts of South Lanarkshire at this stage. So we took all that knowledge and all that data and information together, and we analysed it fully to see what we could come up with in terms of the main planks for both the council plan and the community plan. We have described them as having 3 main priorities or cross-cutting themes, and we have labelled them as people, progress and planet. And underlying those, we have come up with 6 outcome areas for both the council plan and the community plan. For example, starting at the top there at 4.5, page 32 in your papers, under communities, thank you, communities and environment, the outcome that we have been told our people want is they want caring, connected, sustainable communities. Under education and learning, the outcome they seek is inspiring learners, transforming learning and strengthening partnerships. Under health and well-being, well, people want to live the healthiest lives possible. Under children and young people, they want our young young people and children to thrive. Under housing and land, they are looking for good quality, suitable and sustainable places to live. And lastly, under our economy, they're hoping for thriving business, fair jobs and vibrant town centres. Those are the outcomes that are forming the main planks of both the council plan and the community plan. And we wrap all that up in a shared common vision for the two plans. And the draft vision for your approval is that we improve the lives and prospects of everyone in South Lanarkshire. So as I say, those are the main planks of both plans, and they share those main planks. After we had done that work, the writing started, and that was done by two separate but interconnecting groups of council officers working on the council plan and council officers with partners officers working on the community plan. And they have developed the two draft plans that are in front of you today. Now, we did more than just that to make sure that the plans were clearly aligned. There's been a bit of work done in terms of the way they're presented to show that they are very much interlocking documents. So they share a broad shared structure, which is outlined for you at 5.1, and that's page 33 of your papers. And also the two documents have been designed as companion publications with a similar look and similar use of colours. But I think it's worth stressing the two plans are not identical. Each retains the flexibility that's needed for the council to do what it needs to do in pursuit of those outcomes I described earlier, and separately for the community planning partners to do using their resources in pursuit of the same outcomes. So the bottom line is this report has two appendices attached to it. Appendix 1 is the draft council plan Connect 2022 to 2027, and it's here for your approval. Appendix 2 is a draft text of the community plan, which covers 2022 to 2032, and it's here for you to note because it has to be approved by the Community Planning Partnership Board, and I'll go before them for that purpose next week. Just one last thing, under next steps you'll see we're actually undertaking a further period of public consultation. I explained the consultation we did before the plans began. We're now going back to the communities again and saying, this is what we've developed from our conversations. Have we got it right? Do you agree with it? Now that period of consultation is coming to a close in 2 days' time, and I've been keeping an eye on the feedback, and I can report to you that so far it's been extremely positive. If, when we do the final analysis, we find anything other than minor changes to the council plan, I will, of course, bring them back before members for your consideration. And lastly, as you'd expect, there are some statutory assessments need to be undertaken for plans of this importance, and you'll see them outlined in Section 9 in terms of the strategic environmental assessment and Section 11 in terms of the equality impact assessment. Again, I don't foresee any problems with those two. So that concludes the report. I'm more than happy to expand on any detail or take any questions as members have.
Can I invite questions or comments, please?
Thank you, Provost. Tom, thanks very much for the report. Quite thorough there. Myself, Mo and Maureen, the area we represent, is very well attended any meetings from the public. The thing that I find, I don't know about others, is, for example, how can we encourage more young people and different people, same people seem to go to all the meetings, more young people, maybe more people for the BAME community, etc. How can we do anything to try and encourage these people to be involved in their community and get them in there? So I think it's very important to be inclusive rather than exclusive.
Thanks very much for the question. It's a very good question. I have to say that it's something that it's a question I ask myself with both my hats on in terms of the strategy side, but also the communication side, because we need to be speaking to every part of our communities. In terms of the way we developed the council plan, the community plan, we did go to extreme efforts to make sure that we were reaching every part of our communities that we could. Taking young people, for example, who you mentioned, we have in the past struggled sometimes to get young people to engage with big strategic documents of this nature. So we developed, with the help of some of our colleagues in education and other parts of the council, we developed some particular tools to communicate with young people. And as a result, we got, I would say, just under 10% of the responses we received in our initial survey were those that had been designed specifically for people aged 18 and under. We also developed tools for users of BSL. The terms of BAME community members, it is harder, but just got to make sure that we get the message out there and we try and engage them in any way we can.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Provost. Can I first of all thank Tom and Rhonda and Neil and their teams, because I know how much they've invested in this work, and their partners and communities for their time, energy and commitment in preparing both of the plans. In 2017, our SNP administration recognised the need for change in how we worked with partners in our communities, and over the last 5 years we've taken the first steps in building partnerships, participative democracy and local governance. Meaningful community participation takes time, and as Bert's point is, it takes time to reach out to all the different communities of interest too, and it takes skills, trust and strong relationships. Officers across the council have embraced this approach and invested in it, and I really say a huge thank you to all the officers who have been involved in this work. The work's been hugely enhanced by the SNP administration's decision to establish a community participation and engagement team, supporting and encouraging our communities to develop their own plans and take part in shaping the plans presented to us today. So I've got two questions. The first one's really for you, Tom, but if you don't mind, I'll just do both and then hopefully folk can follow up. So the first one for Tom is monitoring and reporting arrangements to council are clearly set out in the report, but can I ask how you will support communities to monitor and comment on our progress, and how you will report progress to residents and community organisations, for example? Will this be part of the wider community planning partnership arrangements, or will we use distinct mechanisms to engage with residents on the council plan? My second question is, in 2019, when the work started on preparing to renew the council and community plans, we had no idea what was ahead of us. Thankfully, the approach which our administration adopted, and I was privileged to lead as chair of the CPP board, provided a strong starting point for responding to the emergency we faced in spring 2020. We continued to learn from our communities throughout the pandemic, listening to lived experiences and responding to changing needs and priorities, and this enriched the plans before us today. So can I ask the new coalition administration what steps she'll take to listen, hear voices, hear local voices and be attuned to changing needs and priorities? How will you demonstrate leadership in ensuring connection with communities, flexibility and willingness to adapt and change in what will be a very challenging period ahead? Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Tom, would you like to respond first, please?
I think it's working now. It is. I will pass your thanks on to the many teams that were involved in this work, especially Neil and Rhonda's teams, and I'll thank you for your praise on their behalf. In terms of reporting, yeah, you're right. The formal reporting arrangements are well documented, and I think every member here knows how they work through Q2 and Q4 and through the resource plans, etc. That's not to say that isn't part of our public presentation of progress as well, and it's my comm side. Obviously, we look to engage as much as we can on an ongoing basis in terms of success, obviously, to wherever we can, but also acknowledging sometimes when there's maybe been perhaps some issues. But there are, we've gone further than we used to in those arrangements. For example, every year we're using more and more accessible ways of demonstrating progress, such as, for example, our infographics that I know you're familiar with. We call them our annual performance spotlights. We make those as engaging and accessible as we can. They're specifically designed so they can go out on social media, as well as being sitting somewhere, waiting for someone to stumble across them. And we push those out, and they are not just celebrating success. We do acknowledge where other things need to be done in those as well. So that's part of that ongoing continual comms strategy we do. There will be an opportunity beyond that. Of course, I anticipate, I'm not going to look at the Chief Executive here in case he frowns at me, but I anticipate there will be a mid-term review of this council plan the same way there was the last one. Key though, because that sounds like it's 2.5 years away, obviously our annual resource plans, as you'd guess by the name, are reviewed every year. So again, there's consultation involved with that and reporting involved in that as well. I think your other question wasn't aimed at me, was it?
Councillor, thank you, Tom. Councillor Fagan's indicated he wishes to respond.
Thank you, Provost, and I'll pick up that question just in my remarks. Because these are obviously high-level plans, and they have been developed over a period of time starting in the previous term. I do want to take the opportunity to thank all those who have helped to shape these documents in the Council and beyond, including the 3,300 people who took part in the survey referenced in the document and the 27 different local groups who engaged in the process. And to pick up Councillor Chalmers' point, I do hope that real engagement and meaningful engagement with communities is something we can build on in the previous term. And I think Tom Little in his presentation spoke about how we are going back to communities to ask them if we got this right in taking forward this plan. And can I just want to really make this point. I think I said in my remarks when the new administration was formed, and I meant it sincerely, really did pay tribute to Councillor Chalmers and her work on the Community Planning Partnership. And if it is an indication of the seriousness and the leadership that we will be showing in community planning, I'm the leader of the Council and I will be representing the Council on the Community Planning Partnership. While detailed implementation is to come, and while there will undoubtedly be areas we want to develop further, I want to commend the direction set out today, the cross-cutting themes that were set out in the document, the values underpinning Connect in particular, and the shared responsibility that we have to ensure that South Lanarkshire is a high-achieving council, a leader in community planning, and once again at the forefront of Scottish local government. And I would invite the whole council to support the report on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Climate.
Thanks. It's actually a bit housekeeping. This is obviously new for us all, but I would like to be able to see who is speaking because we're just seeing the back of their heads. Can they pin the speaker on the screen for us? Thanks.
I'm unaware whether they can do that or not. The one consolation is that we will be back in the chamber for the next full council meeting, so hopefully that will alleviate the stress we have with these technology things that we're dealing with at the moment. Okay, I hope that reassures you. Okay, can I ask then if members approve the recommendations in the report? Agreed? Thank you. If we move on to item 4, Council Priorities and Work Programme 2022 to 27, pages 75 to 78 in your papers. The Chief Executive is going to speak to this report.
Thank you, Provost, and very much a continuing and companion paper to the reports that Tom presented in the previous item. The new administration have set out a series of priorities they want to see delivered using the same structure as the council plan and grouped under the themes of people, place and planet that Tom took us through a few minutes ago. These are initial areas of work to be targeted over the council term. The paper itself then structures those priorities into the respective groupings that are presented today for council to endorse. And in relation to section 7 of the report, just to highlight a couple of additional steps that the administration have asked of officers for us to conduct further community consultation over the course of this calendar year, to identify and consult on specific initiatives that will deliver on the priorities set within this paper. Also, the administration have indicated their intention to set up an ideas letterbox on the council website to give an opportunity for us to receive ideas and feedback from our communities in relation to those priorities that ultimately would help improve South Lanarkshire. So without going through the specific, it's a fairly straightforward report. The recommendations to council is that the contents of the report are approved, that the council instructs officers to conduct the further community consultation that I mentioned on the specific initiatives that will deliver on those priorities and report that feedback back to council at the December 22 meeting. And then finally, the executive directors and officers across the various resources in the council will thereafter work with policy leads to bring forward projects and initiatives that would be delivered across the full term of the council.
Okay, happy to take any questions or comments. Councillor Fagan. and Councillor Ross. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Provost. The new council brought a new administration, and that new administration has already set to work, working to increase under 22's bus pass applications after South Lanarkshire was found to have the lowest uptake in all of Scotland. We have launched the Platinum Jubilee Awards to recognise those who have contributed to their community over the past 70 years. We have strengthened the Climate Change Committee. We will shortly ask the full council to back the Fair Tax Declaration, becoming only the second council in Scotland to do so. Later this month, it is our intention to appoint our first food champion, but our new administration will seek to change South Lanarkshire in much more fundamental ways. That is what the beginning of a process that is set out in this paper. The new administration is based on a Labour, Liberal Democrat independent partnership. We're working on a joint policy programme, fusing the best of our manifestos to give new direction to the council. In the meantime, this paper sets out areas where we believe there should be a new emphasis or a shift in emphasis, not a prescriptive set of policies, but policy areas where we believe our priorities should lie. This paper invites the public to share their ideas, and we invite ideas from other parties too. Constructive, informed, well-intentioned feedback, recognising the minority position of our administration, as well as the expertise and passion of members across the council as a whole. We cannot focus on every priority where we believe the council should be tasked with considering new ideas or approaches, including those in our manifestos, but I just want to highlight some. Action to address the cost of living crisis. To reduce the cost of the school day is our intention to extend the school clothing grant, remobilising our day services and disaggregating the review of day service provision from the need to step up services, investing in our workforce and alleviating workforce pressures, a workforce that is considering industrial action as we speak after years of pay restraint and underfunding, developing a new economic strategy and a town centre turnaround strategy with master plans for East Kilbride and Hamilton, and giving our towns and villages their identities back. Action on litter, graffiti and fly tipping, safe routes for pedestrians, reviewing our area committees and strengthening the rural task force, and a Green New Deal, maximising the green potential of our capital investment programme and generating sustainable sources of income to make us less dependent on inadequate government grants. These are just some of the ambitions of our new administration, ambitions we ask the council as a whole to endorse, and ask you too to work with us to turn ideas into action, principles into policy. Let's make South Lanarkshire the Change Makers Council, innovative, progressive and forward-looking. Will there be no more conflict between backing the front line and embracing new ideas, because to survive and modernise in these changing and challenging times, we have to do both. This council is a council of minorities. To achieve a majority for change, we have to come together. So let's challenge ourselves not to come together to find the lowest common denominator. Let's come together to reach higher and achieve more, to lead, not to manage, and to give direction and abate decline. And invite the council on that basis, the whole council, to support the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost. When I first looked at the council priorities and work programme, I thought it read like a continuation of and a building on the solid work done by the previous SNP administration. And unintentional or not, I'm really happy to accept the compliment by the coalition administration in recognising that. I would have thought, however, that any group intending to form an administration would have had a clearer picture of their way forward. And although consultation is something that the SNP group have encouraged and supported, it looks very much like officers are being asked to go through the whole process of public consultation again and to report back in December before this coalition administration actually gets on with the job of positive governance. Now, I know Joe has said a number of things which to me are aspirational and probably on the right direction. But can I ask, is there any policy decisions which you plan to take before December?
Anyone wish to respond to that question? Councillor Fagan.
I think I've just set out in my presentation areas where we are already working to change the way the council works, areas where we are looking to shift emphasis. I've set out the aspirations, but I've also set out the action we are taking right now to ensure that South Lanarkshire is not at the bottom of the league table when it comes to uptake of the bus pass. Later today, I'm going to ask the council to endorse the fair tax declaration to drive tax misconduct out of supply chains. I think we are already working on an agenda to change this, council, and I will offer the compliment. And I hope they can take the compliment, because in those areas in which we agree, I hope there is, as I set out in my earlier remarks, a majority for change in the council and a majority to take the progressive aspects of this agenda through in the months ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
That's it. Thank you very much, Provost. Could I, in seconding the Leader of the Administration's motion, say that it's an enormous privilege to support this paper outlining the political priorities of the new administration, and not least, of course, to be doing so in a partnership administration as a Liberal Democrat. Most of our work does, of course, and Joe made this point, build on the work of previous administrations. These things don't just stop and restart overnight. But I hope colleagues across the chamber will be prepared to give a fair wind to the priorities developed by the Labour Liberal Democrat independent administration in the light of our respective manifestos and, importantly, of changed circumstances created by the aftermath of COVID, the cost of living crisis and the economic shocks caused by external events. Brexit, COVID, and the increasingly horrendous Russian aggression in Ukraine. But it is right that we seek to harness the experience of councillors of all parties and of all groups and of the wider public, and to take on board ideas and suggestions that will benefit South Lanarkshire, whatever their source. And speaking for myself, I'm very happy the Chief Executive referred to, we intend to promote on the council website. It won't be any surprise we put sustainable and innovative economic recovery and development and tackling climate change at the very heart of the programme. And I mentioned too in particular the renewed focus we seek on improving the life chances of looked after young people and the considerable opportunities for building a new Green Deal that will immeasurably help the climate change challenge, but also contribute towards reducing family living costs. There's an underlying thread as well of making homes and communities better places to live in, focusing on improving the housing environment of long-standing residents, cleaning up South Lanarkshire's environment, developing a new safe routes approach to pavement and pedestrian routes that will not just resurface more pavements, but also look at the whole of key routes to shops, crossing points, lowered curbs for wheelchairs, blocked drains, underpass lighting, and all the rest of it. We've got many challenges and dilemmas in both protecting and modernising facilities like libraries and halls and supporting regeneration and innovative use of town centres. One key way forward will be to develop our facilities as hubs for multiple council community use, including better and improved public-facing services and with a focus of the convenience of having critical mass wherever possible in town centres. This is an exciting agenda. It's made more difficult but no less vital by the squeeze on council services coming from the Scottish Government's budget strategy, and by the desire to grab power to the centre, not least but not only in the modernisation of care services. We should never forget, Provost, that this council has a democratic mandate as good, if not better, in our localities as that of the Scottish and UK governments in theirs, and we are the voice of local communities. I very much hope that the council will unite behind the administration's programme, holding us accountable certainly, criticising us certainly when necessary, but also helping to deliver as fully as we can the key services, the programmes and the priorities that will make a sustainable South Lanarkshire one of the best places in Scotland to live and work in, to visit and to do business in. That's what lies behind the programme. It's a developing work in progress. Let's get on with it. Let's support it. Let's move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'm just going to say at this point, there's a number of new councillors and I haven't been able to learn everyone's names so far. If it's no trouble to you, when you put your hand up and you're offered the opportunity to speak, you could introduce yourself, just giving your name, and it helps a bit. We're searching a list of photographs here. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, as you said, I'm Councillor Clark. Thank you, Provost. I realise it's mentioned in the Labour manifesto, but I don't see a clear mention in this document on equality in relation to tackling LGBTI plus BAME, gender and disability discrimination. I also don't spot a mention of keeping the promise in relation to care experienced people. So can I ask the new administration, are these issues considered a priority for the next 5 years?
Councillor Fagan, do you wish to respond?
Of course, those issues are considered a priority for the coming years. I think as the Chief Executive set out, what we're looking to do is identify those areas, whether it's to be a new emphasis or a shift in emphasis, and that's the purpose of the paper. There are plenty of areas that have not been addressed in the paper, which we would expect the whole council to be united on, and indeed in the previous session, we did take forward initiatives such as the Equity Working Group, and there's a lot of work in that we should be seeking to build on. And also later on, I think you'll note that it's our intention not to appoint a disability spokesperson, but actually to appoint in this council an equality spokesperson that can deal with protected characteristics across the board.
Thank you. Councillor Robb.
Thank you. I see that we're being asked to approve the recommendation to conduct further consultation on specific initiatives to deliver on these priorities. Could I ask what those, if you have an idea yet, what those specific priorities are that you want to consult on, so we can have more information if we're going to approve it?
Chief Executive's going to respond to that.
Thank you, Councillor Robb. The priorities that are set in the paper, as articulated by the administration, the consultation it will be around specific initiatives to deliver on those priorities. So those will be developed over the course of the rest of this calendar year and be taken out for feedback from communities. But the priorities that the leader has articulated are the ones that are set into the paper. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. Both Joe Fagan and Robert Brown spoke there about the coalition between the Labour, the Lib Dems and the Independents. But they also said they were going to take the best of these manifestos for the programme. Could somebody tell me where I can find a copy of the Independents South Lanarkshire manifesto and also the Lib Dems South Lanarkshire manifesto? I do have a copy of Labour's, but I haven't seen any of these two manifestos. Thank you.
Robert.
Thanks very much, Chair. I can't answer for the independents, but certainly the Democrat manifesto is available and publicly said. I'll send you a copy, John, if I might. I should add, perhaps, if I may, that there's further work being done as well to develop a more detailed policy document that builds on these matters and also takes up the new strategies that are necessitated by the cost of living crisis and so forth. And in due course, there'll be work coming forward from that as well. So it's not just, this is really the summary element of the thing. It's work in progress on the thing going forward. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'll respond on behalf of the independent group. The independent councillors stood as independent councillors. They did not stand as a group, and therefore we did not have a manifesto as such. We all had indicated on our forums that we would put out to the general public the areas that we were prioritising. We have subsequently come together as a group and we have been involved in discussions with Councillor Brown and Councillor Fagan in terms of the matters that are being brought before you today. Councillor McAdams.
Hi, thanks, Provost. It was just to say that the Labour group had been sent a copy of the draft partnership agreement that was between the Lib Dems, Labour and the Independents, but we've never received the final document that was signed. Could that be provided to everybody, please?
That's a political matter, Councillor McAdam, and I'll refer that to Councillor Brown and Councillor Fagan and myself for later discussion, and we'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Allison.
Thanks, Provost. Many of the points I was going to highlight have already been raised, but I think it is important to acknowledge the depth and breadth of this paper. But the devil will be in the detail, and when individual programmes come forward as to how these things are going to be achieved. It is good to see that many of the successes of the previous administration are still there, but it has been developed in other areas. A number of the issues there are very personal in the rural area, and I think that will be particularly interesting to see how we can address these issues. And finally, I just hope that there will be sufficient resources available to be able to implement this very broad and deep plan for the next 5 years.
Thank you. I'm going to take Councillor Ross, and then I'm going to draw the matter to a conclusion and propose the recommendations. Councillor Ross.
Thanks very much, Provost, and it's a follow-up to Monique's question there. Obviously, I'm not sure if Monique was meaning that should be circulated to just the Labour group or the coalition, or whether that should be given to every group in council. I would certainly welcome that, because at the present time, I'm getting remarks from members of the public who don't understand the position at the present time. They think that the only reason the present coalition are in governance is because they've done a deal with the Conservatives and gave them positions on the council. So I would certainly welcome a look at this partnership agreement if it would help clarify the situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. This is a political matter, and we'll take that on board offline and have a discussion on the next steps forward on that.
Point of order, Provost.
Who's raising? Councillor McAdam. Councillor McAdam.
It was just to reply to John to say that, yes, I was being clear that I felt that a copy should be given to everybody, for if we're going to be a clear and transparent authority, then I think that everybody needs to actually have a copy of the final signed agreement, and then it means everybody knows what we're all working to for going forward. So it was just to answer John that, yes, that was what I was intending.
Okay, thank you. As if we can approve the recommendations in the paper. Agreed? Thank you. We'll move 7 on the agenda. Item 5, sorry. Trying to hurry us through this. Okay, we're moving on to the revenue budget, and that is pages 79 to 94 in your papers, and Paul Manning's going to speak to this.
Thank you, Provost. As you say, this is a paper about the 2023-24 revenue budget, and it's the first paper coming in front of you on that. Now, the paper starts off by talking about its purpose and its approach. So in terms of purpose, at 3.2, I'm being clear that this is to present to members the potential budget gap for 2023-24 at the earliest possible opportunity. The approach we take in the paper is in line with that which we usually go through with these revenue budget exercises. We make an estimate of government grant levels. We look at requirements for revenue expenditure items. We look at corporate solutions for consideration. And ultimately, that takes us to a level of savings required to balance the budget for the year. And that's referred to as the budget gap. There is a difference this year, and that's about the economic climate. So in order to try and address that and to show this different side of the 23-24 budget, what we've looked to do is to split the revenue expenditure items into what would typically be faced. So we're calling those core items, the type of things we see on an annual basis, and exceptional spend items, which are in excess of the items or the level of budget increase that would typically have to be provided for. So that, if I can point you to the top of the second page of the paper, that is really how this is structured. I'm going to take you through 3 things, and then I'm going to summarise the position. And the 3 things are the first 3 bullet points that you can see at section 3.4. This core revenue strategy items, these typical items, the exceptional items, and then we'll look at corporate solutions. And then, as I've said, I'll summarise the position and where that takes us next. In terms of those three things, they're covered in three tables, which you can see in page 80, 82 and 83. And I'll start off with those core strategy items. Now, these are typical. They form the normal items that we would expect to cover as budget pressures, and you can see them in that table. So I've referenced pay and pension items, grant movement. So there is an assumption in there of a potential reduction of 1% in grant, and I'll come back to that later in the paper. We make provision for reinstatement and the impact of prior year decisions, and again in the table you can see the detail of those things. And the fourth item that's in there is referred to as contract and other inflation. Now, what I've included in here are typical inflationary increases on things that we would be faced with an inflationary uplift on. So, for example, it references the secondary schools modernisation contract, it references utilities. And again, I'll come back to this in the next section. We also make an adjustment because we would expect the number of properties in which we can get council tax to increase as we go into year 2023-24. Now, if I take that typical table of items, that would add to our budget gap £22.221 million. That's the figure that you can see at the bottom right-hand side of the table. So typically, that's what we would be faced with. Now, if I can go on to page 81, at the top of page 81, it talks about grant assumption and it talks about the spending review as well. And I propose to come back to that section at the end of the paper, right, in terms of presentation, and the reasons for that will become obvious. If I can go on to section 5, which is also on page 81, and that talks about these exceptional items. So in 5.1, we're referencing inflationary pressures that are being experienced and the impact that is going to have on the budget strategy and on key spending areas as we move into year 2023-24. I'll make the point, those things are impacting already in year 2022-23. So we're taking this in two layers. We've talked about typical items. We're now going to talk about these exceptional items. And on page 82, you can see the second of these tables that runs through those exceptional items. So the first thing that we're identifying there is PPP inflation. Now, there is an RPI uplift on the PPP contract that we have for the secondary schools, and we expect RPI at the beginning of the next calendar year potentially to be in excess of 10%. Now, again, I can only go on the best estimate that we have at this point. Now, that would feed through to having to make provision for an extra £4 million in the budget in 23-24. There's a similar picture with utilities, so the prices of gas and electricity. And again, we're trying to make assumptions there about what's still to be purchased, right, and, for gas and electricity. This is done through a Procurement Scotland contract and how much we're likely to have to pay for that. Again, there's a level of assumption in there and there's a level of risk in that, but that could add £7.5 million to our budget in 2023-24. I go on through that table. So we've got things like fuel prices, mainstream school transport, inflationary uplifts and waste contracts. All of these things add to an additional exceptional burden as we go into year 2023-24. Cumulatively, that's got an impact of £15.3 million. So if I take that £15.3 million and I add that to the more typical list of items that we went through a moment ago, that gives a total budget gap of £37.5 million. Now, the third aspect that I said I would talk to you on, I've referred to as corporate solutions. So again, we would always include an element of this in how we do the budget exercise. So these are things that we can identify at this point which should help to reduce the budget gap. So you can see them in this third table, and that's at the top of page 83. And I'm making reference in there to items that we've identified around loan charges, changes that we can make to how we borrow that bring down the need for money in 2023-24, but on a temporary basis. How we deal with costs coming out of job evaluation exercises, which can get back £1.3 million. And there's a common thread between the two items at the bottom. We've got an impact of a saving that was agreed actually in year 2021-22, which carries on to 23-24, and also efficiencies which we believe we can get from reviews that are being undertaken, coming in at just over £2.15 million. So those corporate solutions could improve the situation by just over £5 million. That would take our budget gap from 37 to just under £32.5 million. Now, I would need to make the point, this isn't a normal position. Without those exceptional items that we noted a second ago, the budget gap would be in the region of £17 million. So the economic climate that we're in is effectively doubling the budget gap that we're facing as we go into year 2023-24. To address that is going to be difficult, and that's the point that's made at the end of section 6.4. Consideration will be required regarding what the council does for its communities, and potentially difficult decisions will need to be made. I make the point at the foot of page 83 on council tax. So in coming to that budget gap position of £32.5 million, I'm taking no account of income from increasing council tax. And the point's made there at 6.6 that every 1% increase in council tax would generate amounts of just under £1.5 million. So no account's been taken of an increase in council tax in presenting this. On page 84, we pulled together the position. At 7.1, I'm saying there is this budget gap of just under £32.5 million. At 7.2, I make the point around the role that those exceptional items are playing in that, and the fact that this is making it a different year to others that we've faced in the recent past. At 7.3, I refer to the spending review, and at this point I'll double back to page 81, and that covered the assumptions around how government grant is likely to move, and it also gave a bit of detail about the outcome of the spending review, which was published at the end of May by the Scottish Government. So at 4.6, what I'm saying is within this document, I've made an assumption of a reduction in grant of 1%. When the spending review was published, it said that across the spending review period, or up to 25-26 within that period, grant would be frozen to local authorities. Now, there are complications behind that, which mean it's a more difficult position to assess. The spending review also made the point that £100 million would be added to local government budgets in 2026-27. The second factor coming out of the spending review is covered at 4.7, and the spending review baselined. So that means it built into council budgets a figure which had a national total of £120 million, and that was added in during the 2022-23 budget bill process. And actually, we were told at that point it was not going to be baselined, but it has. Now, at 4.8, what I'm saying is, all of those facts, the fact that we've built in a 1% reduction in grant, but we're being told that grant will remain constant, and the baselining of that £120 million have got the capacity to improve our budget position. But we do need to get further information on the spending review, and we need to carry out analysis on that in conjunction with COSLA before being definitive in that position. So what I'm suggesting in the paper is, for the time being, the figures within the strategy remain as are. So if I can go back to the summary, I've talked about the spending review. In terms of what we do now, at 7.4, the point's being made that it's proposed that options to meet that budget gap be developed for members' consideration and brought back to a future meeting. And I'd need to reiterate the point made earlier in the paper. The extent of the budget gap may mean that options brought to you have to go significantly beyond levels of efficiencies in previous years. There's a third and final point from the spending review, which gets covered at the end of that summary section, and that's at the head of page 85, and it's about something that gets referred to as service concessions. What this is about how the costs of PPP schools can be better matched to the expected useful lives of the schools, and the council would get a financial benefit in the shorter term arising as a result. Now, as part of the spending review correspondence, the government indicated that that change will be accessible to councils. So details of what that means need to be developed. However, a point which was made on in the spending review correspondence is that leeway on service concessions is conditional on an independent review being commissioned by the Scottish Government on capital accounting. And that's how everything around property and assets gets accounted for within local government. Now, some of the potential outcomes from that review could have a negative financial impact, which actually outweigh the benefits from the service concession. So I'm just sounding a note of caution with regard to that. And the point again that I'm making is, although there should be benefits from service concession, my intention would be to keep the figures within the budget strategy the same at this point until we can get more detail around that and until we see the lie of the land on the capital accounting review. So if I can go back to the recommendations within the paper, really those are that we note the budget gap and that the first two recommendations cover the budget gap figures, but if we can focus on that figure at 2 of £32.477 million, and that third recommendation, the options to meet that gap be developed for members' consideration and brought back to a future meeting. So thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to ask members to hold their questions. This is a lengthy and complex paper, and our interpreter service have been operating for an hour now. We'll have a break and be back in the room for 11:10. It's just after 11 just now. Thank you. who will take another sedierant just to check that everyone's back in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Allison.
Still here.
Councillor Anderson.
Here.
Councillor Barker. I'm sorry, I never heard. Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Brogan. Councillor Brown. Councillor Buchanan. Archie Buchanan, sorry.
Here.
Councillor Matthew Buchanan.
Here.
Councillor Kalikis.
Here.
Councillor Carmichael.
Yeah, still here.
Councillor Chalmers.
Here.
Councillor Clark.
Here.
Councillor Convery. Here. Councillor Cooper.
Here.
Councillor Cowan.
Here.
Councillor Cowie. Just check.
Yeah,
she's there. That's okay. Councillor Dempsey. Councillor Devlin. Councillor Dewar. Councillor Donnelly.
Here.
Councillor Fagan. Councillor Faulkner. Councillor Ferguson.
Here.
Councillor Ferguson Miller.
I'm here.
Councillor Frame. Councillor Fulton.
Here.
Councillor Gowland. All right. Yeah, we'll come back. Thanks. Councillor Gray.
Here.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Handybode. Councillor Horn.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks. Councillor Horsham.
Here.
Councillor Hose. Councillor Keats. Yeah. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Lambie.
Present.
Councillor Lennon.
Present.
Councillor Lockhart. Councillor Logan.
Yeah.
Councillor Loudon. Councillor Hugh MacDonald.
Here.
Councillor Marsh.
Here.
Councillor McAdams.
Present.
Councillor McCallan.
Here.
Councillor McClyman. Councillor McCreary. Councillor Leslie MacDonald. Yeah, I know she joined the meeting earlier, but she's maybe lost connection. Okay, I'll come back. Councillor McDougall.
Here.
Councillor McGeever. Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Nelson. Councillor Nugent.
Here.
Councillor Ray.
Here.
Councillor Razak.
Here.
Councillor Robb. Oh, sorry, I never heard. Councillor Ross.
Here.
Councillor Salamati.
Here.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah.
Councillor Shearer.
Here.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah.
Councillor Toner. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. And so Councillor Gowland coming back. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Could those wishing to ask questions on this paper or to make a point, can you indicate to me just now and I'll get a list of who's wishing to speak. Fagan, Ross, Briss,
Brown, and Rob.
Thank you. Councillor Fagan first.
Thank you, Provost. This is an extremely challenging paper, and for new members, can I reiterate that it's one in a series of papers on the Council's developing budget strategy. This is not a budget, but it illustrates the size of the financial gap the Council must close, a gap that would have been around 17 million once the corporate solutions in this paper are applied. It is this year of 13.5 million because of the exceptional inflationary pressures we face. Can I say that the Finance Secretary wrote to the President of COSLA and all Council leaders after the resource spending review, making clear that our current plans are for flat cash settlements in local government. flat cash settlements for the foreseeable future at least are real terms cuts. She also made clear that new flexibilities on service concessions are accompanied by a review of statutory mitigations as set out in the paper. Losing existing powers to make statutory mitigations could wipe out the benefit of any movement on service concessions, but almost certainly wipe out the benefit of baselining last year's apparently unbaselineable £120 million for local government, and the difference between our assumed 1% cash terms cut versus flat cash next year. Let's be clear, this has the potential to utterly devastate local government after more than a decade of austerity for no discernible benefit whatsoever. I have today written to the Finance Secretary urging her to see sense, and I hope all parties represented in the Council today will do likewise. The Scottish Government do not see sense. They will force councils to cut jobs and services for the sake of an unnecessary accounting practice. And so I would invite councillors of all parties to send a message to the Finance Secretary now, and that message must be simple and it must be unified. Bin the review and bin it now.
Thank you. I don't want to hold back on discussion or comments that you wish to make, but there are a number of people who want to ask questions. So if we could try to get the questions forward and any comments round about those questions that will help to move things forward. Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost. I know it's very early in the budget process to make much comment at this time, and there will probably be a number of things that happen both within the council and at government level before we ever get any decision on any finance coming forward. But I have one question. I'll try not to be too political. Well, I'm going to be political. It's to do with the terrible decision on PPP finance previously taken by a Labour administration here at South Lanarkshire Council to finance our secondary school estate by a method of finance which will see us in this year's council liable for an increased interest payment of £4 million. And I'm advised by our finance director that at present interest levels were maintained for the remaining 17 years of the contract. South Lanarkshire Council would be liable for the unbelievable figure of approximately £670 million in interest. Yeah, £670 million. I can't believe the magnitude of that, and I'm sure that the public will also not be able to understand it as well. And because of the enormity of the PPP interest payments now and in the future, can we now include these in our risk register? That's my first question. Secondly, the leader of the council just said that he's going to be writing to the Scottish Government. Can I ask if it's his intention to write to the Westminster Government to make sure that we get an equitable amount given to the Scottish Government to give local authorities the finance that they need to be able to provide a reasonable response for local government? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I'll ask Paul Manning to respond to the PPP part of your question.
Okay, I suppose the councillor is making reference, right, to a question that was asked about the level of payments moving forward, if the level of inflation stays constant, right? So there was a figure quoted about future payments, and I did give clarification that it's simply a payment. We don't make a separate payment for interest, right? So there is an assumption in there about payments moving forward. I don't know if I've got anything else to add on the PPP point specifically. I would make the point about the risk register and the fact that all of these items relating to inflation and the level of inflation moving forward are being addressed in the risk register. And we'll obviously be mindful of the PPP aspect within that. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Lowe, Fagan, would you like to respond to the question in the letter?
Yes. I think I would make the point that the letter that I wrote to the Finance Secretary has already been sent, and it is a response to a letter she sent to me about her resource spending review, or to the President of COSLA and copied into me about the resource spending review. That was what the letter was about. And I would make the point, and I completely support fair settlements from the UK government, from the Scottish government, and bluntly more money for this council from wherever we can get it. But I would make the point that the block grant that went to the Scottish government increased by 4.7%, yet the local government portfolio within the Scottish government has decreased by 7% as a result of that resource spending review. On the point about PPP, now I'm no great fan of the model, and indeed it's a model that doesn't get used anymore. I would say that previous administrations, including SNP administrations, who basically support PPP but called it something else, NPD, have used revenue financed investment in various different forms. Those models, as I say, have been phased out. We are left with the legacy, and I can understand why, for political reasons, as he conceded, he's fixating on the PPP, the exceptional increase in PPP. Can I say that there is a much more urgent issue, in which all these other issues in that budget paper fade into comparison when compared to, and it is the potential implications of the capital review of accounting. Because as I said, actually the benefit that we could get through fiscal flexibilities on PPP, the service concessions that can allow us to move money around and allow us to address a budget pressure, a very acute budget pressure we face right now, no council is going to take while that issue of capital accounting is unresolved. And I would encourage the SNP group to use their influence at COSLA or with the Scottish Government to say that capital review has to be addressed as an urgent priority. So that would be my response to Councillor Ross's point.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Councillor Ross. I have quite a queue of people waiting. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. I had a question to ask, but before that, could I just make a supplementary comment on John Ross's observations about Westminster? Not only is it a matter of a reduced allowance and proportion of allowance from the Scottish Government this year, this has been something that's been accumulating over the last decade, where the decrease as shown by COSLA figures over that period has been really very substantial and has contributed quite unnecessarily to the problems that the councils had. What I wanted to ask, though, was on the service concession point, which I think potentially is a very interesting, very helpful thing if it's put through in the proper way, subject obviously to sorting out the negative things that the leader talks about. Because at the end of the day, this is our money, our investment, our schools, if you like, our arrangements on that. And I think personally would be quite undesirable and quite unnecessary if this ended up just going to meet the budget gap. This gives some potential for local government to have some potential for flexibility and for renewed capital investment in a variety of different things, much needed. And I think all our efforts should go towards making sure that that happens and that we're not actually hamstrung by having to use it, assuming it comes through in the proper fashion, just to meet budget gaps, which are caused by reductions in grant allocations effectively by the central government. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you. Paul, do you wish to respond in any way to that?
I don't know if there's really a response I can give, to Councillor Brown's point. In the entirety of the paper, if you take the paper as a whole, the point, I don't even know if it's being made, but it's implicit in there. What we're talking about in the paper is a budget gap for 2023-24. Moving forward, I don't know what the picture will be, right? You could well see continued levels of inflation. And maybe the point I would make around Councillor Brown's comment is that money that we get back through that service concession change, well, I totally understand why you wouldn't want to see it go towards meeting budget gaps. That might be the reality of what has to be considered, though.
Thank you. Councillor Allison.
Thanks, Provost. Over the last 15 years, or last year, we had an unprecedented level of funding that was delivered to the Scottish Government. Unfortunately, over the last 15 years, the proportion of the Scottish Government's budget that has been allocated to local councils has decreased, most significantly last year. And this lack of support for local services is going to cause us a great deal of problems, particularly in the next year. And if you look at the previous item, some of the aspirations the administration have to improve life for our constituents may be difficult to achieve. So I'd like to ask the leader if he'd be willing to support moves to firm the percentage of the Scottish Government's budget, if moves are made to make the Scottish Government provide a certain level of funding in terms of the percentage of their budget to councils, so that we can supply the local services that are going to become increasingly difficult because of the lack of funding from Scottish Government. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you. Do you want to respond?
Without committing to a particular position of yes or no, I do think there's a certain logic to what Councillor Allison mentioned, and I'd be happy to discuss it further.
Thank you. Can I move to Councillor Robb now, please?
Thank you. Hopefully this is a very practical point. I noted that the largest exceptional item is the £7 million for utilities, possibly expected, to keep more money for frontline services and to reduce this risk in future years. Can I ask what further plans the council have to generate clean energy from council land and buildings, and to ask that those considerations are included in the options to be brought back to council?
Thank you.
The Provost has nodded at me, so I think I'll respond to Councillor Robb's question there. And can I say it was one of the, if I refer to the previous paper, it was certainly one of the areas where we were looking to develop, and to develop means not just of reducing our energy costs, but actually generating income through the sustainable generation of renewables and through other income streams. So I would refer them back probably to the previous paper and say it's an area where I think Councillor Robb and I are in agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Provost. A couple of points, and the first one was in relation to PPP. And I think probably most of that's been covered, and just maybe seek clarification that I was saying there's 17 years of the PPP contract still to go. I maybe ask Paul, how confident is he that the 4 million is that going to be enough to cover the cost with the way that inflation's going at the moment? And I'm not quite sure where this sits budget-wise. Maybe I should, but what and if increases to the repayments in PPP will have on direct to education, the education budget? Maybe can get some feedback on that. The other point is, and we can focus on the big numbers, but sometimes smaller numbers have a bigger impact on our communities. And I'm referring to 6.7 level of support provided to the IJB and SLLC. I was saying in this report here that there's no allowance getting made for either an uplift for leisure and culture, and no allowance for any shortfall to be covered in leisure and culture, which then would have an impact in recreational facilities and other facilities operated by leisure and culture, a number of them that still aren't fully operational. So maybe comment on that, please.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. Paul, would you like to respond, please?
Okay, I'll start with the easy one first then, right, on the PPP contract. There are two things going on here, and they're distinct. What you've got is a cost of the PPP contract, and the service concession is about the length of time that you get to include that within your accounts. Right, so right now, coming back to your point, Councillor Watson, on how long's left to go, these were 30-year contracts. And by and large, they start in line with the individual schools. They started between 2006 and 2008. Right, so your timescales are roughly online there in terms of we've basically had sort of 14 to 16 years, and we've got a period of time remaining to take us up to the 30 years. So right now, what gets included in the council's accounts is simply that annual payment to the PPP contractor. What this would do is change that and say that's going to be removed. The cost stays the same, but you get to write it off over a 50-year period instead of a 30-year period. So that's the change that would get made. The figure you're quoting of £4 million is the starting point in terms of the benefit to our position in making that change, going from having a 30-year contract payment to this accounting entry that takes it in over 50 years. So you'll get a £4 million benefit in that respect in comparison to where we are just now, but including that extra money in respect to the inflationary uplift. So it's a complicated picture, but it's the service concession can improve our position each year in the accounts in the way that it's described in the paper. If you're okay, I'll move on and just pick up the point that you made in 6.7 around the IGB and SLLC. What's described in the paper is actually the way this has worked for the IGB for the past 3 years, and it's the way that it worked for SLLC last year in doing the 2022-23 budget. And in the past, pre these arrangements, if I pick the case of SLLC, what would happen would be the council would make an allowance to SLLC in respect of pay award, but the council would ask for savings in return. Right, and the changed arrangement that we worked to last year and that we went through in the budget papers were around the fact that there wouldn't be any allowance made for something like pay award, but in turn, no request would be made to SLLC in respect of savings. So that was the changed arrangement. So although an allowance isn't made, there isn't that request made, of a contribution towards a corporate savings exercise. So hopefully that gives as best an answer I can at the moment, Councillor Watson, those points. But if there's anything I've missed, I'm happy to pick it up.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, my understanding, we have picked up shortfall from, for example, I'll use the gyms, if the gyms weren't generating the money that we expected for any particular reason. Similarly with swimming pools, etc., golf courses, bowling. And there's a situation ongoing now. A lot of these facilities, particularly health suites and things like that, aren't back up and running, and they're needing investment, and it's not happening. And there's going to be a reduction in income because of that. Also, I had to bring in here, there's potential employment tribunal costs that somebody's going to have to pick up. And if there's no uplift on leisure and culture, there's a potential there that we're then leading to closure of facilities. Thanks.
Right, so just to pick up on the first point, Councillor Watson, through 2021, 21-22, moving into 2022-23, there has been an amount which we've dealt with in the revenue budget papers under the heading of what we call COVID monies, right, which I think address exactly what you're talking about. And obviously starting in 2020 and moving into the 2 years after that, what we've identified was that there was a potential for the Leisure Trust to suffer loss of income. Right, so there was an allowance made within COVID monies for exactly the type of additional payment that you're talking about to go over to SLLC if they found themselves in a position where loss of income hampered their overall budget position. Actually, that never happened in 2021 and 21-22 because for various reasons, other income streams, and because of the fact that certain facilities were closed and the impact that that had on staffing levels, the Trust was able to come through without looking for that extra money. Going into 22-23, there is an amount of money which is teed up potentially to go to SLLC should that need arise again. So hopefully that gives a degree of comfort around those points. Thanks.
Thank you. The Chief Executive has a comment to make.
Thanks, Provost. Maybe just to be helpful for members, the paper that Paul's outlined today sets the scene, if you want. It sets the scale of the challenge. Ultimately, when Council, the elected members, set the budget, then you'll be determining the priorities. So rather than maybe discussing the impact on individual services at this stage, that will be the feature of your budget decisions. It is challenging, as Paul has mentioned, but it might not be productive for you just now to identify individual services and effectively lobby on behalf of them or to express a priority for them, because you're going to undoubtedly want to debate this over the course of the rest of this year prior to setting your budget next February. Thanks.
Thank you. We've given this quite a good airing. There are two further people wishing to speak, and after that we're moving on. So first it's Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Ross. Councillor Anderson has withdrawn.
No, Councillor Anderson has.
Are you withdrawing? Right, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Anderson.
I've got 2 points. One is for Paul. On page 80, table 1, we talk about basing it on a 1% reduction in the grant movement. But according to the spending review, it looks like it's possible that we would get a flat cash settlement. So the question is, why didn't this paper look at both scenarios? Because it's possible that both would berate a reduction or a flat cash settlement. The other point is, when I've just listened to Joe send a letter regarding what he's asking the Finance Minister. I've heard Robert mention a reduction in grant allocation. I've heard Alec Allison wanting a bigger share of the budget. Bear in mind, the Unionist bloc in the Scottish Parliament always claim that every resource is underfunded by the Scottish Government, whether it be NHS, mental health, transport, education, police, fire. So when they meet to write to the Finance Minister, will they tell the Finance Minister which budget they want her to cut so they can fund the things that's in the Labour manifesto in South Lanarkshire? Thank you.
Paul, do you wish to respond?
Right, Provost, listen, I'm happy to cover the point around the reduction in grant that's included in here in the spending review. So the strategy was constructed before getting the spending review letter, right, which came out at the end of May. And there's two things in that. What we've included is a 1% reduction. Right now, we, as a local government community across Scotland, we take advice from an economic advisor on what the potential movement in government grant is. And to be honest with you, the 1% was well within the range that was being described to us. So that's what we've factored in. That's actually not too far away from what's been experienced across the past couple of years, particularly before additional allocations of money were made. So that's the basis for the 1%. In the paper, what we're dealing with is the fact that we have had the spending review letter and it indicates a flat cash position. So that's recognised in there. But what I have to bear in mind, and what I have to remind the council is, the spending review is different to getting a grant settlement letter, right? And it's done, that's a picture at a different stage in the process. There is a lot that needs to happen, and there's a lot that needs to be explained before we can start getting to a place where we say we're going to get a flat cash settlement. Now, that might happen pretty quickly across the next few months, and I would look to report that to council or to the executive committee when it becomes available. But what I'm saying is, when you're in this position, can we just leave the figures in the financial strategy as they are in terms of what officers are making preparations for? because, as I say, this is a spending review, but it's not a grant settlement at this point. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Can I remind councillors that officers are not here to comment on political matters. They're here to comment on the factual information that they're providing in the report. We've had a thorough discussion of this, and there will be further papers coming forward in regard to our budget for next year. So can I ask if we can agree to note the contents of the report today? Thank you. Okay, can we move on then to item 6 on the agenda, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Strategy 22 to 27. These are on pages 95 to 118, and David Booth is going to speak on this item.
Thank you, Provost. This report seeks Council approval of the final draft of the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Strategy and its proposed vision, themes and priorities. In terms of background, the Climate Change and Sustainable Committee approved the development of the strategy in September 2020. It agreed that the strategy should set out how the Council aims to develop sustainability and tackle climate change over the forthcoming 5-year period, providing a broad strategic direction for longer-term planning. Sections 3.3 through 3.6 of the report describe the public consultation and the various internal and external engagements that help to shape the strategy. Section 4 of the report outlines the vision, themes and priorities of the strategy, which have been aligned with the themes of the new Council plan. And in particular, Section 4.1.3 provides an overview of how the strategy will focus on activity across all aspects of South Lanarkshire life, including infrastructure, transport, our communities and our business community. In terms of the next steps for the strategy, subject to Council approval, the strategy will be presented to the Climate Change and Sustainable Committee in August. The content will then be used to develop web pages which will be reviewed every 6 months, ensuring that the content is always as up-to-date and relevant as possible. Work will continue with services and resources across the Council to develop an accompanying action plan, which will be reviewed annually and reported to the Climate Change and Sustainable Committee on a 6-monthly basis. It is essential that the sustainable development and climate change become a mainstream aspect of all Council activity. To that end, Section 6 through to Section 9 of the report explains how the strategy permeates through all areas of Council business, including our employees, our financial position, our policies and our governance. Finally, in Section 10 of the report, the Equality Impact Assessment is currently being drafted and will be shaped to the outcomes of a series of community engagement sessions which are taking place in June of this year. I'm happy to take any questions, but that's a brief summary of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Can those who wish to ask questions please indicate now? Okay, first Councillor Robb, please.
Thank you. Commend the work of the team and increased attention this issue is getting, much needed. South Lanarkshire Council declared a climate emergency in September 2019. It committed the Council to meet or exceed national targets. Can I just clarify and ask if in the action plan coming forward, is the Council still committed to meeting or exceeding the targets, which include a cut of 75% in carbon emissions in just 8 years' time? Thank you.
David?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the action plan is that will come forward will come up with a plan in order to meet our statutory requirements in that respect, Councillor. And work is undergoing at the moment across a whole range of Council services, including our buildings, our fleet, and in all aspects of our business in order to come up with an action plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Provost. Can I begin by saying that I do believe there's a lot of good work in this climate change strategy. Clearly, a lot of effort has gone into developing it, and on behalf of the SNP group, I'd like to thank officers for their work and the public for their engagement with the consultations. Community engagement has and will continue to be a priority with the SNP group. It's important to highlight that what we see before us builds upon the significant achievements over the last 5 years for the Council under the strong leadership of an SNP administration, working collaboratively with communities, officers and other political parties. Achievements stated in areas such as reducing our carbon footprint, a good food strategy, active travel, green and affordable homes, electric vehicles, youth engagement and community grants. These actions undertaken will have a greatly positive impact upon our ambitions in tackling climate change while supporting communities. Although this kind of work is for all ages and all communities, it is incredibly important that we engage with young people going forward. Young people are not only our future, they are our present, and tackling climate change is an issue seen as the most important challenge we face across the world by many young people. I'd like to ask, how does the new coalition administration plan to continue meaningful engagement with our communities within and out with consultations, while involving young people in particular within and out with education? And in coming to a close, members may have seen my lanyard, which I picked up on Sunday at the Council's stall at Strathclyde Park. And that is because tomorrow is Clean Air Day, and I hope all members can highlight this campaign tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute on behalf of the SNP group. We look forward to working with all across the Lanarkshire for all our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm going to take the other questions and comments, and we'll come back to the leader to respond to your part of your question. Councillor Ross.
Thank you very much, Provost. Like my colleague, I also welcome the final draft at Appendix 1. And I believe if it's agreed today, it will be going to the Climate Change Sustainability Committee in August for endorsement. And I look forward to being part of that committee that makes that endorsement. However, I have a question for the leader of the coalition administration. Can he tell me why he has changed his mind and broken a very clear manifesto commitment by retaining and strengthening a climate change committee when his manifesto clearly states that they will do away with the Climate Change Committee in favour of an environmental forum lacking any decision-making powers? And although I welcome the change of heart, is this to be the first of many broken Labour manifesto promises? And how can we be assured today that the importance of a Climate Change Committee with full resource powers will be the coalition's commitment going forward?
Thank you. Could I take Councillor McGeever, please?
That's me, yeah. Thanks, Provost. I don't intend to take up much of colleagues' time, but I think it's appropriate that I say a few words. And let me just assure the Leader of the Opposition that the Climate Change Committee is absolutely a priority, and I will certainly offer him, as the new chair of it, I will certainly offer him that assurance on behalf of the administration, though I'm sure the leader might want to do so himself. In recent years, we've seen a much greater awareness of these issues, much greater understanding that they need to be a genuine priority, and also widespread acceptance that we have to change our mindsets and practices to do so successfully. Now, across this council, notwithstanding that in the questioning so far a bit of politics has crept in, across this council, there's been a shared belief in that, and I hope it will continue. There's been a strong record of working together to make a difference. Now, when we were in opposition, we always tried to genuinely to assist on these matters and to further those efforts. And I actually do want to acknowledge the role played by the previous administration, including by my predecessor as chair of the Climate Change Committee, Councillor Ross. South Lanarkshire has embraced its responsibility to be a leader in climate change and sustainability, and that's something that reflects well on the entire council, and it's something I think that the previous leadership can take pride in. It's certainly something the new administration must continue. It is a priority. It's something we are determined to do, to build on everything that's come to date so far. The climate crisis poses massive challenges, as we all know, for this council and for every other organisation. Our council must continue to tackle them head on, going as far as we can to protect people from the worst effects of it, as well as the negative impact of societal changes that will be needed. We cannot, and so far have not, allowed ourselves to only talk of the negative, because I think a big part of this has to be acting in a leadership role and an ambassadorial role and encouraging others to take positive changes. The challenges are huge, but the opportunities are too. We must talk about that, and I think it's been pointed out in this document that the council will seek to create jobs to further the green economy, to help small and medium-sized businesses take advantages of new opportunities to thrive, to deliver new services and indeed old services in new and more sustainable ways. No one has a monopoly on good ideas, and I genuinely look forward to working with all parties on this issue. And I acknowledge that this version of the council now has maybe more expert background in this matter than we did previously, and that's certainly a good thing. Basically, we need to deliver not just for the immediate term, not just for future years, but for future generations. And I do look forward to working with everybody to achieve that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. The final word in this report's from the leader. I'll pass to him.
Thank you. I think we've covered the issue of consultation and community engagement quite extensively today. But if it is any reassurance to Councillor Clark, if I refer him back to the paper that was passed earlier, he mentioned young people in particular. It does talk about refreshing our youth strategy. I think we've got a job to do to increase participation with the Youth Council and the Scottish Youth Parliament. And I think also just the nature of so much of the work that has been done at a community level on this issue, I think it necessitates cooperation between the council and those who are organising on the ground. In relation to Councillor Ross's point, he did mention that Labour manifesto commitment. That is the nature of partnerships, is the nature where you have a minority council that you seek compromise but not to be compromised. The commitment was to replace the Climate Change Committee with an Environmental Scrutiny Forum because we felt there had to be a greater focus on scrutiny, not to deprioritise the issue, as you'll see from the rest of that manifesto and the documents we've discussed earlier today. If anything, we are giving greater priority to climate change and the transition to net zero. The Climate Change Committee, I think, under the new leadership, and you've just heard from the new chair of the committee, I hope can take that agenda forward. I am tempted, though I might just avoid doing so, on the subject of broken promises, to mention the fact that 5 years ago, every single ward in this council was promised £1 million under community control, and those funds still, 5 years later, do not exist, and no attempt was ever made to create them. I will not labour the point any further, other than to say that I think we have to get beyond talking shops. We have to get beyond talking about what the problem is. We know what the problem is. We can see what the solutions are. We have the strategic commitment to do something about it. So now let's get on and get the job done. It's time for action.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. I'm not taking any more points, Councillor Ross.
3 years, this council, the SNP group, tried to get participatory budgeting through, and the Labour group resisted.
It's not a point of order, Councillor Ross.
So I'm not going to take any.
I'm not taking anything further. Okay. Can we agree the recommendations, please? Agreed. Thank you. We will move on now to item 7 on the agenda, South Lanarkshire's digital strategy from 22 to 27, pages 119 to 148 in your documents. And I'm going to invite Paul Manning to speak to this.
Thanks, Provost. It's a paper, and at the back of the paper you can see the strategy itself, an SLC digital strategy proposed from 2022 to 27. So in terms of the background section within the paper, it looks at what underpins this. So there's content given there about the current programmes of work that are being undertaken in terms of delivering digital solutions. It talks about the previous SLC digital strategy. So that was formulated in 2017, but it was joined in 2020 by a digital inclusion strategy. And again, some of the aspects of that are talked about at the foot of page 119, but tackling digital exclusion, which can lead to social and financial disadvantage for citizens. Now, that digital inclusion strategy has been mainstreamed within the core document in the draft that you've got in front of you. So that's included at Appendix A, and it builds upon what was there before. So again, referring back to the last strategy, the gains made since 2017 are referenced in there, and the fact that there are still benefits that remain to be realised from the investment made, and that being a core part of this strategy, that point's made too. Reference is made to the pandemic period and the fact that there was accelerated change in certain respects from a digital perspective across that period of time, and the need to try and secure the benefits that were realised from that accelerated change. So in terms of an overview of the digital strategy, it does build on what was there before. It lays out a vision, which you can see at 5.2, transforming lives with digital. It considers thematic areas where it's anticipated that programmes of work are going to be taken forward, and it identifies deliverables underneath those. In terms of those themes, you can see those on page 131 of your papers within the strategy itself. They're also summarised on page 121. They include customer contact. And that's about giving residents and customers access to services at a time and manner convenient to them. It's about being efficient, but it's also about being appropriate. And that's picked up under the digital inclusion theme, which you can see on page 132. We will ensure that no one is left behind in taking services forward. And that's paramount in how the strategy will be delivered. So at section 5.5, it talks about enablers. These are the things that are going to make the strategy work. And section 5.6 gives an overall structure for the strategy document that you can see at the rear. So it goes through those things that I talked about in terms of vision, themes. The deliverables are summarised there as well, and the enablers. In terms of the themes, we look at maintenance of council services, customer contact and transactional working, agile working, business intelligence and data management, partnership working, and 3 headings there under the digital heading, learning and teaching, inclusion and connectivity. So in terms of recommendations around the strategy in the paper, it's that the digital strategy for 22 to 27 be approved. Now, Brian Tees, the head of IT, is joining us on call today. Brian's not well today, and that's why he's not with us in person. But Brian is obviously here, and he's the author, and he's happy to answer any questions about the detail that's included within the paper. So again, Provost, happy to take any questions.
Members, could you indicate if you wish to ask a question? Councillor Horsham, please.
Thank you very much, Provost. On page 128, the digital vision is transforming lives with digital. It goes on to note that the strategy will focus on customer needs and will be business driven. The customer's business. The key principle is that the use of information, communication and digital technologies must add value to the stakeholder. The approach the Council will take to deliver the digital strategy is governed by a number of key principles, including customer-centric, focus on digital services will be the customer using that service, citizen, elected member, partner organisation, business or service provider. Ease of use. Digital solutions will be easy to use and preferred method of accessing services. The case management system is introducing delays in recording and managing casework. It is therefore not adding value to our current caseload. So as a customer, can we see the specification requirements for this system? And will the case management system functionality be reviewed? Perhaps a survey for the councillors on their views, complaints on the use of this first version. And if the functionality will be adapted, will the specifications be revisited and will the project manager engage with the elected members and member services? Another thing is on the enterprise architecture. On page 130, another key principle is enterprise architecture. An enterprise architecture will be developed to create high-level view of digital and ICT systems and facilitate integration and interoperability. Does the Council's IT team include enterprise architects and design architects? And are they permanent members of staff or are they contractors? Thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you. Paul, could you respond, please?
Thanks, Provost. I'm happy to respond to the first point. I'll probably leave the second point to Brian because it's more technical in nature. In terms of the case management system, I did put around an email last week identifying that there were going to be a series of drop-in sessions within the members' services area just to encourage members to get in touch, talk to system experts. We've got member services staff, we've got IT staff there as well, who are absolutely on hand to talk to you about your use of the system, give you pointers on it, and get any issues that you have with how the system's operating. So we're absolutely on board for engaging in exactly the manner that the councillor describes. And if there are things that you're looking to discuss around specifications or changes to specification to make it easier to use, absolutely happy to do that. So on the second point, as I say, I'd maybe need to defer to Brian. Thank you.
Brian, do you wish to respond there?
Thank you. Yeah, on the enterprise architect, this is an IT function which we don't have a permanent member of staff. The duties of enterprise architecture are actually handled by a combination of internal staff who are skilled in a particular area, or we work with suppliers or also with the local government digital partnership or digital office to bring in those particular functions. As we move forward with this digital strategy, however, we recognise that we need to join up systems a lot more. So there will be an increased need for an enterprise architecture resource to take that forward. And that's one of the threads that runs through this particular digital strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I move on to Councillor Walker now, please?
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to seek some assurances. There are some sort of statements within this report that I think are actually quite concerning. Whilst I would welcome, obviously, the references to, customer-centric and to suit appropriate needs by different, channels in terms of availability. But there are some statements in it that actually worry me and are quite worrying in the sense that they're not actually evidence-based and to some extent don't represent the views reflected in the range of consultation that we did in terms of the services moving online and what people's experiences had been throughout the pandemic. The Tackling Poverty Group under Lindsay's chairmanship, we actually had commissioned a lot of reports on that in terms of the information that had been garnered around that. And there was very significant information relating to the fact that people still want to have face-to-face services and were struggling around, digital services and online and virtual. And that was across the range of all council services. So we've spoken a lot this morning about consultation. So I think we need to, be careful what we're saying in those reports and that they actually are reflecting what people are saying to us, because, it was very clear that people want a mixture. That yes, absolutely, it has been a revelation in terms for some people and introducing flexibility, but others have struggled with it and want it, or at least they are struggling with it and need some more support to actually cope with it. But it was very clear that face-to-face services are still important to people, and we're a public-facing council, so it's important that we still have that and we have that presence in communities. We discussed earlier about our libraries and community halls. And in terms of consultation around plans, obviously a lot of that by necessity went online, but having attended, community council meetings around the neighbourhood plan, both before the pandemic and after the pandemic, I have to say there are much fewer numbers of residents at online meetings than there were obviously when they were face-to-face and when they were taking place in communities, despite the best efforts and a huge achievement in being able to take that process of consultation going. I think we're now moving into a phase where we need to look at how we can try and get it back to the numbers that we had previously, so that we can say we have true involvement in consultation and participation in actually developing the community plan and the various other, policies that we'll be implementing. So it's just to really, and there's references in it to minimising or eliminating face-to-face contact, which I know seems to contradict some of the other statements in it, but it does refer to saving money, minimising other cheaper, ineffective, methods of consultation, which, by the way, isn't evidence-based. We don't yet have enough information in terms of outcomes to say whether it's more effective or not. So that's obviously, something we need to monitor, and whether we can do that through the, Tackling Poverty group. We had started that process, and I think laid a good foundation for that. So I'm not saying, I don't agree with, much of the, the developments and the future direction of travel, but I certainly would like an assurance that we are not talking about digital only here, because it doesn't reflect the views of the people, certainly that I represent, and the feedback that I've had. It absolutely does not reflect their views that they want a digital only council. Thank you.
Well, happy to respond, Provost. In terms of what you're saying, Councillor Walker, I would agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly. So from the perspective of, you made a comment about a mixture, right? So the mixture that people are prepared to accept has probably changed, right? Which is what we're saying. So more people want to engage digitally, right? And are prepared to do it. And it's more convenient for them to do it, and it gives them greater flexibility about when they engage with us. But there's a group of people who can't be left behind because, for whatever reason, either because they don't have access to the technology or they just don't respond well to this as a way of interacting with their council. It doesn't work for them. So the strongest possible thread throughout this is about them not being left behind. Right? And there are links, obviously, through my own resource with that Tackling Poverty group, with just moving back into the field of consultation with Rhonda and her team in terms of how consultations are carried out. So that's something that we're acutely conscious of in putting this together and having that digital inclusion theme. On consultation and how that works, that's one I could maybe pick up offline with you, and we could have a chat with Rhonda about some of the things that work there and some of the things that don't. Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson Miller.
Provost, noticed that Councillor Ferguson's, his was up first. He usually puts me first, so I'm happy to let him go first.
Good wife. Councillor Grant Ferguson.
Right, sorry. Right, thank you, Provost. I have a few questions that I would like to ask. There's 2 aspects. The first one is data security and compliance, and the second one is cyber security. As practices to ensure data security and cyber security will be similar. Data security and compliance on page 1. One of the key principles is data security and compliance. While data compliance can be implemented quite easily as it refers to regulations, and that any business needs to adhere to protect sensitive digital assets, procedures and technology, against the loss of issues. However, data security covers all the process and procedures and technologies that define how you process the data and gather information. An organisation can be compliant, but that doesn't mean they are secure. So my question is how secure is council data? Is there regular systematic patching, or is this done with a level of acceptable risk?
Could I ask Brian to respond to that, please?
Thank you, Provost. I actually struggled to hear some of the question. There was a lot of echo and noise on the line, but I think that the councillor was asking about.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
If you can, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
I think the main thrust of the question was on the issue of data security. And, you know, I wondered if you could respond to that. If there's anything further, our interpreter will bring that in for us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, cyber security is a key part of this digital strategy. It's absolutely essential that we look after our digital assets, which can hold personal and commercial information. Throughout the changes that we've been putting in place over the last few years, as we introduce new technologies, for example, cloud technologies, we've been making sure that we have not compromised on cyber security, because we're all aware of the severe threat that cyber attacks can bring to organisations. So within the strategy, it mentions a few of the elements of assuring that cyber security. A lot of this is in collaboration with other organisations like Scottish, UK Government, Digital Office and various suppliers to make sure that we maintain our level of preparedness against cyber threats. Happy to go into more information on that with particular councils should they require to know exactly what we're doing in that space. But what we can say is, as we introduce new technologies and transform the council digitally, we have to continue to stay ahead of the game with cyber security. Happy to take any further questions on that if that's not clear.
Councillor Ferguson, do you have anything further that needs to be covered?
Yeah, thank you very much for that response. Cyber security, there's two parts. I do have another couple of questions. Cyber security and the incidents increased during the COVID-19 lockdown, and more people were working from home and not on their corporate networks. Now, with the war between Ukraine and Russia, there has been significant increase in cyber attacks. In the UK and Scotland, there has been a 600% increase in phishing emails, and it's vital that we protect our digital assets. Question on page 143, the council approach to cyber security includes maintaining its accreditation with Cyber Essentials Plus. The questions I want to ask are, has the council achieved Cyber Essentials Plus? And how often will the assessment be revisited? The recommendation is an annual reassessment. And lastly, does the council plan to implement phishing simulation, given a high percent of breaches can be attributed to business users inadvertently reacting to a phishing email? Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Brian. Do you wish to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of Cyber Essential Plus, we're currently going through the process to get accredited for Cyber Essential Plus to add that to our PSN. So we're working through that process at the moment. On phishing, we have, as part of our awareness and training for officers and elected members, we include cyber security training, including phishing awareness. We don't have plans at the moment to do phishing simulation as such, but we're always keeping our cyber security measures under review, and that's something that we may want to introduce, because we do recognise that that is one of the key elements with which cyber attacks can take place. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Can I move on, please, to Councillor Miller? Gladys.
Provost, I'm just a bit conscious of the time, that another hour has gone. And my heart goes out to the interpreters. Should we give them a quick break?
Well, I'm going to do that after this item. So if you want to ask your question, we'll have a break after that.
No problem. I have a couple of questions, Provost. On page 138, it discusses digital learning and teaching, and I was wondering if there's plans to introduce data security training for staff and elected members to make the business users aware of security and how to prevent the possibility of interacting with like a phishing email. My next question, it's probably an observation with a question, and it echoes what Councillor Walker said earlier. On page 134 is the page on customer contact and transactional working.
I think I'll give them 15 minutes to conclude.
In terms of channel shift, a move to digital contact can be a poor experience for the customer if there's an issue in relation to their broadband speeds, as well as the issue with face-to-face and telephone for some of our citizens. Now, I know that a lot of my Clydesdale councillors experience this with their broadband. There's also the subject of accessibility and inclusivity, ensuring that variety of routes into the council are accessible for all customers, interpretation of languages, and finally, the older customers that don't own a computer or a mobile phone. I think it's just a worry that we don't become a faceless organisation, and just want to ensure that this is taken into consideration. Provost, I'm sure you'll not be surprised given the number of questions for colleagues with an IT background on this. I'd like to table an amendment to the recommendation in this item. I would ask that the amendment is circulated to all councillors to give them a wee chance to read it and digest it.
That's fine. What I propose to do is accept the amendment at the moment, and I'm going to allow a 15-minute break to allow councillors to perhaps collect a coffee and return, and it gives them the opportunity to read the amendment. I think that Brian answered a question regarding phishing, so perhaps that's a part we can leave out if you're happy with that. And Paul might want to, just at the moment before we bring forward the amendment, answer your other points.
Thanks, Provost. Again, Brian can maybe fill in a wee bit of detail on this. On Councillor Miller, your point around broadband speed and that having an impact in the experience that people get interacting with systems digitally, right, including our systems, but including other systems as well. Brian's actually, and it's referenced in here, taking forward a project on digital connectivity, which is about using our existing broadband structure whenever possible to try and facilitate, and this is particularly within rural areas, improved availability of super fast broadband and 5G mobile services. So we've got a proposal that's being developed to conduct a procurement exercise to take that forward, and that will make its way to elected members soon. So that specific point is something that's absolutely being addressed by Brian and his team. Right, so hopefully, I think that was the other point. Just coming back to your point, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Falconer, do you have a brief question?
It's just a point, and it's already been raised. The National Register for Scotland last week commenting on the failure, the census, failure to respond by elderly people, had highlighted 2 points. One was that they didn't have access to online, and those that did have access found it very difficult to use it. And that's a point that they had raised.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Councillor Miller, would you like to present your amendment, and do you have a seconder for it?
There was one question, sorry, Provost, there was one question that wasn't answered, and it was in relation to training, security training for staff and employees and elected members.
I think Brian talked about that as well, but maybe want to just give a quick refresh on that point, Brian.
Just to say, we do have a package of training which is available to officers and elected members, and that is on our Learn Online platform, and it is something that the officers and elected members, they go through that training. We supplement this by something called Cyber Scotland Week, which I think was in February this week. We're on the intranet. We publicise all the various aspects of cybersecurity, and in particular this year we publicised the dangers of phishing and the fact that people need to look out for it, not just in their working life, but also in their personal life. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, Councillor Miller, I believe Councillor McGeever is going to second your Horsham, sorry, is going to say, I always want to call Councillor Horsham Councillor McGeever, I don't know, maybe it's memory fog. So we're happy with that. Well, if you want to present your amendment to us, and the recommendations in the report are the motion, and we'll have a seconder for those. Is that right?
So someone moving and seconding.
Yeah. So can we move I'll move the report. Councillor Fagan is seconding that, and I can ask Councillor Miller to present her amendment, please.
Okay. Provost, the amendment is really for all councillors. Everyone that was elected to represent South Lanarkshire Council, because as an IT person, I want to make sure that we all understand the technologies and the direction proposed by the IT professionals in the council. We have an IT section where the length of service runs into decades, and that's real loyalty and reliability. And there's no many organisations that can boast a workforce like that. These people fully understand the business of the council and the business of the elected members, and they've never been so important as now. This team are essential to the success of our digital journey, and the team also includes the officers who help shape the strategy and the elected members who travel the journey, providing support and communicating this to our citizens. My recommendation is that the digital strategy for 2022 to 27 is deferred to a future meeting and amended to ensure plain English is used where applicable, and that the glossary truly reflects the technology terms that are discussed in the document. I'm sure this section has probably been a nightmare for some councillors, because I know if this was about house building, it'd be over the top of my head. The second thing is that a digital board is created for elected members to monitor the progress of the implementation of our digital direction that's proposed in the strategy document. You know, I think that this strategy is such an important document for the council, as it lays out how we'll move forward, taking full advantage of the technologies that we have available. As such, it should be a document that every elected member is comfortable with and understands in order to support the digital direction of the council. I know that it's accepted that information technology is a subject with loads of jargon. The paper should be written in plain English where possible, and the glossary should include an explanation of all technology terms that we don't have plain English equivalent for. Some of the terms that had popped up, like interoperability. The proposed digital board, I think, is required for elected members to monitor the progress of the digital direction, or in plain English terms, help elected members understand where the council is now in terms of technology and where we want to be. The proposed board would also assist in highlighting to members where technological advances will benefit the council, its partners, local business, citizens and elected members. Now, I know that the council may view the strategy as an operational matter. However, aspects of this will affect elected members and constituents. For example, the channel shift that we discussed today, you know, this shift must ensure that we don't become a faceless organisation. And if people have difficulty accessing the council, they automatically contact their councillor. Therefore, it will reduce the volume getting into the council, increase our volume. So we need to work together on that. The other thing is the finances associated with technology and finances. And I think if elected members understand it, we can really get behind it and we can take this forward, this important document forward. Thanks, Provost.
Can I just confirm that Councillor Horsham's seconding the amendment? Thank you. The amendment will be circulated during the next 15 minutes to give you an opportunity to read it, and when we return after the 15-minute break, we will take a vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
perhaps something Finance and Corporate Resources perhaps want to pick up and look at whether there could be some kind of easy-to-use glossary to accompany the document. I would reiterate the point about the strategy, about the terms that are used in the strategy. The director said earlier we have to ensure no one is left behind. It does include that statement which states that the transformation that we are seeking to achieve is a transformation to a citizen-centric and digital council, and I would underline the importance of that to the council today. It's we are digital first, but that does not mean digital only, and there are multiple channels that we need to serve our public through. On that basis, I would support the motion as indicated earlier.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to continue with the amendment? Councillor Miller, sorry.
Provost, I wasn't sure. I mean, the amendment also includes a digital board. I believe that's important, and it's something that will help bring councillors along with it. It will give them more information about technologies, and it will also help us support the digital strategy going forward, because I think it's a very important strategy.
Okay, thank you. We'll just go to the vote then. I think that's the best way to proceed.
Okay, before you have the motion which has been proposed by the Provost and seconded by Councillor Fagan, and it is the recommendations that are on page 119 of your papers, and that's to approve the digital strategy. Councillor Fagan has also indicated about a glossary being included. The amendment proposed by Councillor Ferguson Miller and seconded by Councillor Horsham is as per circulated to you. Can I just check that everyone got a copy of that amendment during the adjournment? Okay, when I proceed to the vote, I'll read out your name, and can you please indicate whether you wish to vote for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Allison.
Motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Barker.
The motion.
Councillor Bradley.
Amendment.
Councillor Brogan.
Motion.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Archie Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Matthew Buchanan.
Abstention.
Councillor Kalikis.
Amendments.
Councillor Carmichael.
Motion.
Councillor Chalmers.
Amendment.
Councillor Clark.
Amendment.
Councillor Convery. Councillor Cooper, Provost, sorry.
Motion.
Councillor Cowan. Councillor Cowie.
Motion.
Councillor Dempsey.
Amendment.
Councillor Devlin. Councillor Dewar.
Amendment.
Councillor Donnelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Fagan. Councillor Faulkner. Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson Miller.
Amendment.
Councillor Frame. Councillor Fulton. Councillor Fulton.
Yep,
think you're
sorry
on
about
mute.
that. Yep, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, amendment.
Councillor Gowland. Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Handybode. Councillor Horn.
Amendment.
Councillor Horsham. Councillor Hose.
Motion.
Councillor Keat. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Lambie.
Motion.
Councillor Lennon.
Motion.
Councillor Lockhart. Councillor Logan.
Motion.
Councillor Loudon. Councillor Hugh MacDonald.
Amendment.
Councillor Marsh.
Amendment.
Councillor McAdams.
Abstention.
Councillor McCallan.
Amendment.
Councillor McClymont. Councillor McCreary.
Motion.
Councillor Leslie MacDonald. It looks as if she's lost connection. I'll come back to that. Councillor McDougall.
Amendment.
Councillor McGeever. Councillor McLaughlin.
Motion.
Councillor Nelson.
Motion.
Councillor Nugent.
Amendment.
Councillor Ray.
Motion.
Councillor Razak.
Motion.
Councillor Robb.
Amendment.
Councillor Ross. Councillor Salamati.
Amendment.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott. I think you're in mute.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Shearer.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Toner. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Motion.
Can I just check, is Councillor MacDonald come back into the meeting? Councillor MacDonald, are you able to give me your vote? I think you're perhaps in mute. I can see you're in the attendees. Councillor MacDonald, are you able to give your vote? I'll just check with my colleagues. There was no text. No. Okay, I'll just tally the numbers, thanks. Okay, there was 33 for the motion. Did you get 32? 32. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 32 for the motion. 20. All right, she never gave her vote, no.
She's voting for the motion.
The motion. Okay, that makes it 33 for the motion, 27 for the amendment and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore declared carried.
Thank you. We'll move on now to item 8, the South Lanarkshire Draft Economic Strategy, pages 149 to 160 in your documents, and I'll invite David Booth to speak to this report.
Thank you, Provost. In this report, the Council is asked to approve the Draft Economic Strategy and Action Plan, and that the strategy be subject to further online public consultation during July and August of this year. In terms of background, the landscape in which we now live and work has changed dramatically since the inception of the previous economic development strategy, and now it's appropriate that we set out our ambitions and actions for growth in a new 5-year economic strategy. The new strategy and its associated plan takes account of the rapidly changing economy at international, national and local levels, which is increasingly influenced by a number of key economic policies and emerging funding streams at UK Government, Scottish Government and City Region level. The strategy includes the initial comments of internal and external partners and stakeholders in its current form. Section 4 of the report outlines how the new strategy aligns with the emerging direction of the Council. And I would bring particular attention to section point 4.4, which states that the strategy is intended to promote the unique selling points of South Lanarkshire as an outstanding place to live, work and visit, with thriving towns and villages, good transport links, a wide range of good quality affordable housing and a varied supply of employment land and commercial and industrial property. Our skilled and talented population continues to grow, and our excellent transport to local, regional, national and international markets reinforces our position as an attractive business location. In terms of delivering on our ambitions, the key actions and areas of activity are set out in the Strategy's Action Plan, which is contained in Appendix 2 of the report. And it recognises that the Council cannot by itself direct all of the activity within the strategy, and we rely on our partners and other stakeholders to lead on some aspects of our economic recovery. The action plan is a dynamic document designed to be agile and updated using evidence and data, and to recognise and meet the challenging economic circumstances we face. Progress will be measured on a 6-monthly basis, and the strategy will continue to be refined as we encourage further comment through the online public consultation exercise to be undertaken through July and August. In terms of the employee implications and financial implications, there are no direct employee implications for the strategy or direct financial implications through the founding of the strategy itself. Although external revenue and capital will be sought from the UK Government and Scottish Government funding streams to maximise the impact of the strategy once it's in action. Council resources and external partners have been consulted as part of the consultation process, and as I mentioned earlier, online public consultation will continue in July and August. If that in place, that's my proposals on the strategy, and I'm happy to take any questions, Provost.
Can you indicate, please, if you have any questions on the strategy? Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Provost. Noting this as a draft economic strategy, so we'll take it on the basis it's draft, but what I'm hearing there, it's predominantly going to be circulated online, if not exclusively, to get the consultation. I'm wondering, is there opportunities, or is there been looked at that going other avenues other than just online, and looking at the breadth of organisations maybe that we want to encourage to get involved in the consultation? Are we talking to the likes of the Federation of Small Business, Skills Development Scotland, local businesses, etc.? And how do we get the message out to them that there's this opportunity to come contribute to this draft strategy?
Thank you. David.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Watson. In terms of the Federation of Small Businesses and other partners and stakeholders, they've already been involved in the development of the strategy to its current stage. We've also been engaging with local businesses across South Lanarkshire, because what we see this strategy as being is a call to arms between both the public and the private sector in taking forward the economy in South Lanarkshire. And we actually want some of our businesses to be talking to other businesses that might want to come into the area, and in actual fact to be champions of our strategy as well. In terms of throughout July and August, it would be an intention to promote the strategy on a number of forums, using all aspects of social media such as LinkedIn and just existing contacts we have with the business and the local communities. So we would be engaging with the community engagement team as well as the best way to encompass that engagement with all our communities.
Okay, thank you. Can I now have Councillor Allison?
Thanks, Provost. Quite agree that a strategy for economic development is highly important. want to highlight section 4.4. I would completely agree that South Lanarkshire is an outstanding place to live, but it's also important when we are building this strategy that it's based on good information. I don't think many of us would agree that good transport links are what we have, and 2 lines later it says excellent transport links. That is one of the problems, particularly in the rural area, but I do not believe it is only there that we have transport problems. And I think we need to be aware, if we wish this strategy to be successful, that a great deal of work needs to be done on improving and creating good transport links so that the people who we're trying to help can actually access this vibrant economy that you're looking to create.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, right. Just on that last point, Alec there, I don't think he needs to worry since Labour and Lib Dems are going to take over the running of the buses, so that will solve that problem. But going back to what I was originally going to say, I'm happy to endorse this approach as it encompasses all the work the outgoing SNP administration had been working on with council officers from prior to and during the COVID pandemic. Under the strong leadership of John Ross, the SNP administration introduced the Community Wealth Building Commission and the additional funding provided for our tourism and sustainable development strategies. The SNP administration recognised where our economic priorities lay, so it is encouraging to see the new coalition building on our solid foundations. I also welcome that the present draft economic strategy, although a high-level document, has in place arrangements to regularly review the progress being made, and I look forward to receiving the regular reviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. Just to respond on a couple of points, if I may. David made the very valid point. It was a dynamic document. I think this is very, very important going forward. And nothing is set in tablets of stone, not least in this area. And I think it's very important we actually review it and monitor it and take it forward. Consultation is obviously very important, but at the same time, delivery is even more important. And I think what we need to focus on, if we can, as this goes forward, is how we best deliver, and to be more precise, how our partners are encouraged and supported to deliver as we go forward on this particular matter. Sustainable economic development is a key priority for the administration, as I said earlier, and this strategy is clearly a significant document in taking it forward and a tool. We need to sustain our existing local companies. We need to assist them to innovate. We need to take advantage of new opportunities. We need to attract new businesses to set up and to trade here as well. And I think in all these areas, there are big opportunities. I mean, I've said before in a variety of different places that the PPP thing during the pandemic was a good example of situations where there should have been better opportunities for local businesses to take it up rather than coming from Turkey and China. And I think that sort of thing is the sort of opportunity in the future. We have to do absolutely everything we can, as I know we tried to do last time, to make sure that these advantages are taken forward. We've also got a relatively low average income in South Lanarkshire, as identified in the council plan, and that also shows the need for improving skills and the opportunities of higher paying roles as well. So I think, again, going back to the dynamic document point of view, this is something to take forward. We don't deliver, we assist our partners to deliver, if you like, in large part. That's got to be the emphasis of the thing in creating the wealth to improve living standards in South Lanarkshire. And this is one of the key things for the new administration, as no doubt it was for the old as well. I'd like to thank David and his team, if I may, for the work that they've done in developing this, and look forward to working with them as it goes forward to make South Lanarkshire one of the best places to do business in Scotland. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Others? Covered. Okay, thank you. Councillor Shearer.
Thank you, Provost. Going back to the point raised by Councillor Allison, I would like to ask for a commitment from the officers that where transport issues are identified, that solutions can be found and implemented as quickly as possible so that we don't disadvantage any area of the council being able to access the economic development that's in this proposal. Thank you.
David, do you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Provost. As we go through and start to develop the action plan and actually put the strategy into place, whether it be transport or any other factors that we identify that are areas that require additional resource, then we'll highlight those and bring them to the council as appropriate for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that commitment.
Thank you. Can we agree the report? Agreed. Thank you. Now, moving on to item 9, South Lanarkshire Council and South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture Limited new governance arrangements, pages 161 to 188. Before I invite David to speak on this, can I point out that we are dealing with, in this paper, the governance arrangements of leisure and culture, and I'm not going to allow any questions that diverge from that. That's the matter on hand today. There'll be other opportunities to discuss service level agreements, priorities for leisure and culture, and future budget for leisure and culture. So if we can kindly agree to stick to the government's arrangements only. If you have questions and points to make, if you ask anything else, I will have to close you down. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. This report builds on a previous report which came to and was agreed by the full council in the 3rd of June 2021. And the report seeks approval for completion of the transition to the proposed new governance arrangements between South Lanarkshire Council and South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture Limited. The Council is asked to approve that the Constitution, which is contained in Appendix 1 of the report, is agreed to complete the transition of SLLC from a charitable company limited by guarantee to a Scottish charitable incorporated organisation, often referred to as a SCIO, and that the next steps, as outlined in section 4 of the report, are approved. In terms of background, following outcomes of a cross-party working group on SLLC, proposals to convert SLLC to a SCIO were approved by the Council on the 23rd of June in 2021. Final transition arrangements, including a new constitution, were agreed by SLLC at its board meeting of the 23rd of February 2022. The Council and SLLC's legal representatives have completed final detail in preparation for submission of the document to OSCR pending Council approval. Subject to approval, the aim is to complete this transition by August 2022. Existing external SLLC board members will automatically transition to the new SCIO, and elected representatives are in the process of being nominated onto the SLLC board. Pending approval, recruitment of an independent chair of the board and other board members will be undertaken between now and August as required. Finally, any associated paperwork will be updated to reflect the new arrangements in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Provost, and bearing in mind your words prior to the item coming up. I'm seriously just looking for a bit of clarification, because this, as David says, has been before us and a transfer to a SCIO. And I think at that debate, one of the issues that I think members were looking for clarity on, and I'm bearing in mind what you said, I'm not sure if sometimes it's not what you see in the paperwork, but it's actually there. And I'm just looking for clarity just now that this doesn't mean that it leaves the Leisure Trust with any decisions over the council estate if they decide that the surplus to requirement or they're not going to use it. There needs to be a two-way discussion between the council and the Leisure Trust regarding that. And if we're going to be debating that further down the line, fine, but I just want clarity that nothing that we're agreeing today would allow that to happen, that the Leisure Trust could take unilateral decisions regarding facilities. Thanks.
I'll just respond to that in as much as this document before us is about satisfying the requirements legally that we have for leisure and culture to become fully recognised by OSCE. And as I said before we started on this item, that there will be other papers that will come before Council to deal with matters like that. The estate is in ownership of the Council. And obviously the priorities that are discussed within leisure and culture will look at how they're going to use that estate. Were there to be any changes there, that these are matters that would be brought before full council before decisions are taken. David, do you want to add to that?
Thank you. No, I think you've covered the point. The real purpose of this is to come up with a new governance arrangements, and then discussions on any future changes to the estate would involve dialogue between South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture and the council, irrespective of the governance model in place. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Can I move to Councillor Lambie now, please?
Thank you, Provost. I have a question on clause 113, which can be found on page 19 of the proposed constitution, or which is also page 182 of the members' papers. This clause outlines that a quorum of only 5 board members can make binding decisions. 5 board members represents a clear minority of the 14 board members. I believe that decisions being made at board level for such an important organisation within South Lanarkshire should be made by a majority of board members. In this case, that would be a minimum of 8, not the 5. I acknowledge that in subsequent clauses, there are, within the proposed constitution, there are, other clauses which talk about the makeup of those 5 members. I appreciate that. However, I still believe that a simple majority of all members is the most robust method of ensuring broad representation during the decision-making processes. So my question really is there any rationale behind the 5 members quorum, which is not apparent within the wording of the proposed constitution? If there's not, then I would like to propose an amendment so that only binding decisions can be made by a majority of board members. Thanks.
My understanding is that a quorum's normally a quarter of the board members, but I'll pass to David to further comment.
Yes, so there'll be, when the board is fully formed, it would have 14 charitable trustees in it. So that would actually be, the 5 would be over and higher than the quarter. Often when we find with boards, not just charities, a range of other boards as well, is there can be some transition whereby there are often, if a board member leaves or a number of board members leave, it can take some time to recruit back onto the board member, and that's why it's important that you have a quorum, and that quorum can continue to provide and make business decisions. I think the 5 is appropriate in terms of for a 14 board member board, and that means that it would allow South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture to continue with its business as it was through the calendar year.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that of the 5, if there's a chair present in the 5, they have a casting vote?
Yes, that would be the case if it was 5.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robb.
This might be covered in future papers, but I thought I'd just ask anyway. If the new governance arrangements will be backed up by a funding strategy to ensure that it uses its new constitutional status to the full to attract in external funding to enhance facilities and country parks.
Okay, thank you very much. South Lanarkshire Leisure Culture, irrespective of its governance, is actually very good at attracting external funding. It has a range of external funding partners, including Sport Scotland, the SFA, and a range of others on the arts and cultural side as well. The new SKIO has every opportunity to make it more attractive for funders, given the updated and improved governance arrangements. But the South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture already tries to attract as much external funding as it possibly can, and I imagine it would just continue to do that as it moves forward.
Sorry, can I just check, Councillor Lambie, did you wish to bring forward something further on the point that you raised?
Yes, please, Provost. Thinking about it, just to reiterate a little point, which is that people in the room might not be aware of. So the boards of the trust is sort of split 50-50. 50% will be members of the council and elected officials. 50% will be, inverted commas, independents. So it's a unusual board that is split like that. And I would reject the idea that a quorum's a quarter. You know, the Senate and House of Representatives in America is a 50% quorum. So I think, being pragmatic about it, I think it'd be good for there to be at least 7 members able to make binding decisions. I think a trust that's running on 5 members and the rest aren't available to make binding decisions, I don't think the trust should really be in a position to be making judgments at that time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our Head of Legal, Geraldine McCann, to come in here.
So just to clarify a bit, I would want like an amendment for 7 members in clause 113.
Have you seconded for your amendment?
I'll second that, Provost.
Councillor Nelson. Geraldine.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. Councillor Lambie, because this is a charitable board, the council cannot have equality of numbers on it. It has always been structured that the board should have the majority of members who come from the other sectors, and that the council has a maximum of 5. And this has applied since South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture was first set up. There's a total of 14 board members, and only 5 of them are from the council.
David.
Thank you, Provost. Just in terms of just getting my own experience, as you know, I was previously General Manager of South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture. I would point out that during the pandemic, it was often difficult to get, you know, a full complement of board members at a meeting, and by increasing the quorum to a number such as 7 would potentially, if we went through a similar experience, make it difficult to get to a position where we had to make those critical business decisions. So my advice would be to stick at 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we? Councillor Fagan, yes. One last comment.
Sorry, the only additional point I wanted to make is that the board will go through an unusual period, as it just has come an election, where you will have, we've just reappointed 5 board members to represent South Lanarkshire Council on the board. I think there are, and I take on board the points that Councillor Lambie is making in the kind of constructive way in which he's making them. I don't think that slight change is strictly necessary, and I think it's probably quite unlikely we would require to be in that position. And I think my only concern about it is just to make sure that we're kind of future-proofed for those events that we can't anticipate. So the director mentioned obviously the recent events, but I'm also just very conscious that every 5 years we will go through an election in which we'll have to reappoint 5 of those board members.
Yeah, can I just say as a member of the board that I'm wondering whether this might be a board decision in terms of what would be a quorum rather than a council decision, since this is an arm's length organisation.
I'd probably defer to Geraldine on that, but it is this constitution has been going through a process where it's been agreed that both at SLLC and at the council, so it's likely to be some form of joint decision, Geraldine.
It's a joint decision, and that's why it has been through a long process since last June. When it first came to the council, there's been several meetings to iron out the detail of this constitution, and it was finally approved by the board in February and then brought back to the council to allow the council to approve it.
Councillor Watson, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just I don't think the moving to 7 is the right answer. In all honesty, I can see the rationale behind it, but the practicality of it is not. I mean, my time at the board was, and I can probably remember 2 occasions that we were phoning round folk to make sure they were coming to the meeting and get them to the meeting to make sure that we had the quorum. Bearing in mind that folk are coming from different walks of life and they've got different pressures on what they're doing as well, and they make every effort to get to, but there will be the occasion when just due clash of circumstances that they might not be available. And as David said, there's important decisions to get taken at the board meeting, and really to get them through, they need to get that a quorum meeting. So I would stick to the 5, and I think that would be the. And again, it's been through the trust lawyers, and they don't seem to have an issue with it, and obviously the council lawyers as well. So I think 5 would be adequate.
Thank you. I have 2 points to make. One is that the board will be undertaking their own refresh programme in regard to independent members that are on it, and they're looking at a 3-year rolling cycle of doing that. But at the moment, they're retaining the board to allow them to move forward into that process. If you take a decision today on the amendment, that will have to go back to the board for further discussion. So bear that in mind when you're voting. Thank you. And we'll move to a vote now. Thank you, Susan.
Prior to moving to the vote, can I just ask, do we have a mover and seconder of the recommendations within the report?
I'll move the report.
Provost is moving and Councillor Fagan is seconding. In that case, we have the motion proposed by the Provost and seconded by Councillor Fagan, that the recommendations on page 161 and the amendment is by Councillor Lambie, seconded by Councillor Nelson, that clause 113 referring to the quorum of the board be increased from 5 to 7. Therefore, when I read out your name, can you please indicate whether you wish to vote for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Allison? Councillor Anderson?
Motion.
Councillor Barker?
Motion.
Councillor Bradley?
Motion.
Councillor Brogan?
Motion.
Councillor Brown? Councillor Archie Buchanan? I think perhaps Councillor Archie Buchanan has left, but I'll come back to him. Councillor Matthew Buchanan?
Motion.
Councillor Kalikis?
Motion.
Councillor Carmichael?
Motion.
Councillor Chalmers?
Motion.
Councillor Clark?
Motion.
Councillor Convery? Provost?
Motion.
Councillor Cowan? Councillor Cowie?
Motion.
Councillor Dempsey?
Motion.
Councillor Devlin? Councillor Dewar?
Motion.
Councillor Donnelly?
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Fagan? Councillor Faulkner? Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson Miller?
Motion.
Councillor Frame? Councillor Fulton?
Motion.
Councillor Gowland? Councillor Gray?
Motion.
Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Handybode? Councillor Horn?
Motion.
Councillor Horsham?
Motion.
Councillor Hose?
Amendment.
Councillor Keat? Councillor Kerr? Councillor Lambie,
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon, I think he's perhaps left the meeting, but I'll come back. Councillor Lockhart, Councillor Logan,
Motion.
Councillor Loudon, Councillor Hugh MacDonald,
Motion.
Councillor Marrs,
Motion.
Councillor McAdams,
Motion.
Councillor McCallan,
Motion.
Councillor McClymont, Councillor McCreary,
Amendment.
Councillor Leslie MacDonald, I'll come back to Councillor MacDonald. Councillor McDougall,
Motion.
Councillor McGeever, Councillor McLaughlin, I think Councillor McLaughlin was in the room as he left. Okay. Councillor Nelson,
Amendment.
Councillor Nugent,
Motion.
Councillor Ray,
Motion.
Councillor Razak,
Motion.
Councillor Robb,
Motion.
Councillor Ross, Councillor Salamati,
Motion.
Councillor Scott,
Motion.
Councillor Shearer,
Motion.
Councillor Thompson,
Motion.
Councillor Toner, Councillor Walker, Councillor Watson. Can I just check? It's Councillor Archie Buchanan. No, I think he's left. Councillor Leslie MacDonald. Okay, thanks, Nicola.
Point of order. At the end of item 8 and then again just now, the count of votes, obviously appears unclear that the clerk has a valid vote for Councillor MacDonald. And after discussion with a member at the other end, I didn't hear the discussion for the previous item because microphones were off. It sounded like at the previous vote that you, Provost, advised the clerk of Councillor MacDonald's vote. It would of course not changed the result of that vote, but can I ask, just for clarity, what occurred for the previous point, occurred at that previous item, and assurances that only votes cast in the meeting or received by the clerk by text will be accepted as valid votes?
The clerk's phone is with my colleague at the back, just simply for the checking process, and at the time of that vote I checked with my colleague if she had received anything by text. So again, the phone number I gave out at the start is with my colleague at the back.
Thank you.
And she's clarified her vote. I think I was just checking whether was Councillor Lennon had you left the meeting or present? I think he's left the meeting. We got Councillor MacDonald and I think Councillor McLaughlin had left. I'll just tally the numbers. There was 54 who voted for the motion and 6 for the amendment. The motion is therefore declared carried.
We move on to item 10 now. Notice of motion, councils for fair tax declaration, page 189 in your papers. A notice of motion has been received in terms of standing order number 20 on the 27th of May 2022. Could I invite Councillor Fagan to speak to the notice of motion, and could I confirm that Councillor Leslie MacDonald is seconding the motion?
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Leslie McDonald emailed me this morning with her technical issues to suggest that it might be more appropriate that if she falls out of the meeting for whatever reason, that Councillor Devlin seconds the motion.
Okay, we'll accept that.
Thank you.
Councillor Devlin.
Thank you, Provost. It's the ambition of the Labour Group and the Cooperative Party, and it is the ambition of our administration partners that South Lanarkshire should join the growing number of councils making the Fair Tax Declaration. Edinburgh, Lambeth, Lincoln, Oxford, Peterborough, different places with different politics, but along with 15 other local authorities, all places making a public commitment to better tax conduct and driving bad tax conduct out of their supply chains. I hope and believe that our ambition to champion good tax conduct will be shared across South Lanarkshire Council today. This week is Fair Tax Week. South Lanarkshire Council can mark Fair Tax Week by standing up for responsible tax conduct and fairness in our economy. The Fair Tax Foundation, who have helped me develop this motion before you today, say that multinational profit shifting, just one form of tax avoidance, could be costing the UK £17 billion per year. Tax conduct has climbed up the political agenda in recent years. There have been efforts and renewed efforts to close loopholes and clamp down on tax dodging and tax secrecy, but we still face an enormous challenge. Promoting the fair tax mark to businesses, modelling good tax conduct and encouraging firms seeking council contracts to exhibit good tax conduct too. That's how we do our bit to face that challenge. This motion has been drafted carefully to tackle the tax conduct issue head on, while ensuring South Lanarkshire Council remains compliant with public procurement rules. The motion invites the Council to endorse the principles of the Fair Tax Declaration. It calls on the Council to lead by example and demonstrate good practice in tax conduct. That includes encouraging our contractors to implement IR35 and pay a fair share in employment taxes. It also includes discouraging the inappropriate use of not-for-profit structures to reduce the payment of tax and business rates. And can I say, in preempting a question that may arise, that I have consulted the Fair Tax Foundation on that point, and that does not apply to legitimate charitable organisations operating in service of the public, such as South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture. And I remind everyone that South Lanarkshire Leisure and Culture is an arrangement that was retained after the Barclay Review. The motion calls on the Council to promote Fair Tax Mark accreditation and mark Fair Tax Week, and surely there can be no better recognition of Fair Tax Week and the campaigning efforts of the Fair Tax Foundation and their supporters than for South Lanarkshire Council to unite behind the Councils for Fair Tax Declaration. Tax can be a contentious subject in politics. There are some who believe that paying relatively more tax as a society supports redistribution, strengthens our public services and drives behavioural change. There are others who believe that paying relatively less tax makes our economy more competitive and eases pressure on household incomes. That's a debate that we have to reconcile each year when we set our own council tax rates, and it's a recurring and familiar debate in modern politics and economics. But the level of taxation in our economy is not what is being debated today. What I'm asking the council to endorse is the principle that people, businesses and organisations should not avoid paying their fair share. There cannot be one rule for some that does not apply to others. Responsible tax conduct, paying your way in society, should be promoted and respected, and the Council should use its spending power to promote higher standards in our economy too. For all these reasons, I invite the Council to support the motion.
Thank you. I understand there is an amendment to the motion, and it's proposed by Councillor Horn.
That's correct, Chair. Thank you very much. We're keen to support the principles of the motion, but we can't support it in its current form. The Fair Tax Foundation has a sample motion for Scottish councils on their website, which aligns directly with the principles of their Councils for Fair Tax Declaration, which we have been asked to endorse. The Labour motion is almost a direct copy of this sample. However, the language has been changed and considerably watered down from the original. Both motions ask the Council to demonstrate good practice in the Council's tax conduct by undertaking certain actions. However, the original asks us to ensure contractors to implement IR35 robustly and pay a fair share of employment taxes, but this new motion asks us that this is merely encouraged. The original states offshore vehicles should not be used. Today's motion says they should be discouraged. The original states we must undertake due diligence to prevent the inappropriate use of not-for-profit structures. But today's motion says Council should discourage their inappropriate use. Finally, the original fair tax motion asks that clarity is demanded on the ultimate beneficial ownership of suppliers, but the motion before us today states that this clarity should merely be encouraged. On 4 separate occasions, the language in today's motion deviates from the Fair Tax Foundation's motion, waters it down and removes its teeth. In Section 1, Council are being asked to endorse the principles of the Fair Tax Declaration. Section 2 then deviates from the Foundation's suggested wording to such an extent it's not clear to us if today's proposed pledge actually fulfils both the word and the spirit of the original declaration. In the spirit of openness and transparency, the purpose of this amendment is to ensure Council that we will meet the Fair Foundation's asks and that any pledge we choose to make is strong and meaningful, committed to action, and action which is measurable and reportable. So in proposing this amendment, I have 2 questions. As a Council, we need to make clarity on the following points from the proposal of this motion. 1, why did the proposers considerably water down the wording of the sample motion from ensuring and demanding to merely encouraging? And were these changes based on officer or legal advice? And 2, have the proposers sought explicit advice from the Fair Tax Foundation to see if this watered-down version of the original does indeed endorse the principles of the Councils for Fair Tax Declaration? And has this been checked and confirmed by others? Chair, can I confirm that this amendment has been handed out to all committee members, all Council members? And would you like me to go ahead and read out the amendment?
The amendment has been distributed to all members, and I'll give them a few minutes to just read that. Can I confirm that your motion is seconded by John Anderson?
That's correct.
Can Councillor Anderson respond, please?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Okay, I'll give you a couple of minutes to read what's in front of you.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to invite Councillor Fagan to respond.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely, the original fair tax motion is the one that we intended to bring forward, and as it happened in the previous session, where campaign groups, procurement charters had been put forward, officials gave advice on what they can and cannot do, and where they would advise deviating somewhat from the sample motion that has previously been generated. Can I say that I have been in contact with the Fair Tax Foundation throughout? They have seen the revised version of the motion that I have submitted. They saw that before the motion was submitted, and they are keen to see us pass the motion today in support of the fair tax mark. And can I suggest that perhaps to ensure that the Council is not divided on an issue, and I appreciate the way in which Councillor Horn makes his points, to ensure the Council is not divided in the issue, could I suggest that he may wish to withdraw his amendment and support the motion in the form in which it has been submitted, which, as I say, has already been checked with the relevant parties in advance, and allow the Council to speak as one and take a unified stance in support of the Fair Tax Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Horn, do you wish to withdraw your amendment?
No, I don't. As I've said, the language in today's motion deviates from, as far as I can see, from the Fair Tax Foundation's motion. It waters it down, it removes its teeth, and I'd like to see it beefed up and as strong as possible. And I'd like everyone in the Council to go forward with that motion. Thank you.
Okay, we will. Geraldine wishes to say a few words.
If the fair tax motion as it stands, as published on the Fair Tax website, my advice to Council today would be it would be incompetent for Council to pass the motion as it stands, because it would be in breach of the law as the law currently stands. If the law changes and the procurement regulations changed, then you would be able to go back and strengthen the wording in there. But as it stands, similar to what you've done in the past with the Modern Slavery Charter and the Care Workers Charter, the wording had to be watered down to comply with procurement regulations.
Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, Provost. So I think we have had some clarification on some of the points which the amendment raises. However, a very important part of the amendment which is there is that council are to be advised on how the measures which are set out in any future pledge will be measured and how they will be reported to the council so that we can measure progress against what we're being asked to agree to today. At the moment, as it stands, there is still absolutely nothing in the motion about which body of the council this will be reported to, on what basis, how often, and so on.
Councillor Fagan, do you wish to respond?
Chair, I come back to my original point. I don't think that this motion need be a contentious motion, and I have seen no issue in inserting that particular element of the motion, assuming that is not also illegal. I've no issue with incorporating that into the motion as stands, because I return to my original point. I would like to see the council today take a united stand in support of the Fair Tax Declaration.
Can I just clarify with Geraldine? Are we saying that the amendment wouldn't be legal, but the motion would be acceptable?
The motion as presented to council. The motion as presented to council is competent and it is in terms of the law. We need to be careful about amending the wording of that so that it doesn't take us into breach. However, as I said previously, you could come back and strengthen it if the procurement regulations change.
Councillor Horn, are you happy to withdraw your amendment on the basis of the advice from our head of legal? Councillor Ross.
Sorry, I was on mute there, sorry. Yeah, on the basis of what Geraldine is saying, yes, I feel we have no option. But as Councillor Loudon had put forward, and I believe Councillor Fagan had agreed, we should go forward with part of that amendment that we had put forward.
Councillor Ross, did you wish to make a comment?
Yeah, that was the point I wanted to make, Provost. If Joe's quite happy to look at the last point that Councillor Loudon made and incorporate that as we go forward, then I think we can have an overall agreement within the council to fully support the motion in its present terms, and hopefully we can look at strengthening it at some point in the future when our procurement laws allow. Thanks.
Councillor Brown. No. Councillor McClymont, did you not? Councillor Fagan.
Yes, it's just to confirm, for the purposes of passing a motion that is legal and competent today, I would like to pass the motion as is, but I'm quite happy to provide for, if it is that serious an issue, that the council is advised on how measures set out in any future pledge will be measured and reported. So the language may have to be adjusted simply to add a point to state that the council is advised on how measures set out in support of the pledge are measured and reported. I think that's a very minor change. I don't believe it creates any great issues, and hopefully that will allow us to pass this unanimously today.
Okay, do you wish to? No.
Provost, just to be helpful, and I think it was just lining up with that, if it's helpful to broker an agreement across the chamber today, we'll take that offline as officers and come back with a proposal. One vehicle could be using the Community Wealth Building Commission that we have as the appropriate venue for us collating information on the impact of the Fair Tax pledge and reporting that through that mechanism. But if that helps broker an agreement across chamber, then we can take that on board.
Okay, can we unanimously agree the motion, please?
Agreed.
Agreed. Yep. Okay, we're moving on to items 11 to 13. And these items are really for noting, and I would propose to take them as a block. I'll invite any questions or comments from members at this point. Is there anything that anyone wishes to raise? Councillor Faulkner.
Thanks, Provost. It's just on the strategic commissioning plan. I noticed there doesn't make any mention of the 20-bed hub at Blantyre and the commitment to build another 2 hubs in East Kilbride and Cambuslang. Considering the hub at Blantyre that is currently running at cost of 10.3 million, I'm very surprised it's not mentioned.
Suman, do you wish to respond to that?
Thank you, Councillor Faulkner. In terms of the strategic commissioning plan, that sets the directions for which, apologies. Thank you, Councillor Faulkner. To clarify then, the strategic commissioning plan sets the directions to both NHS Lanarkshire and the Council in terms of the next 3 years in terms of health and social care, particularly in terms of adult social care with regards to this council. The annual report that we provided recently that members have had did talk obviously about the Blantyre development, which is proceeding to commissioning and then opening in the autumn. In terms of any further developments, parts of the overall transformational and capital investment approach of the council, that would be subject to further discussion. So no decisions have been made at this point, and obviously no recommendation being brought forward to either the IGB or indeed the council for consideration at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions in regard to this? Okay, we'll agree. Can we agree to move these in block? Thank you.
Chair, Provost, I've got my hand up. I've got my hand up.
Councillor McAdam.
Thank you very much. It was a legal question that I had, Provost. It was with regards to consent and democracy. It's to do with item, which I'll just quickly flick to. It's to do with item number 13, the membership of committee forums and representation on outside organisations. And for the purpose of interpreters, that's page 221 to 232. When we got elected at when we all got elected at the last election, and the 64 of us are very lucky to be in a privileged position. I get the highest amount of Labour votes in East Kilbride, and I get the second highest amount of Labour votes out of the 30 candidates that stood, and I get the 6th highest number of votes out of the 143 candidates that stood. The reason why I point this out is because in going with democracy, I have no political voice on this committee other than at full council, because I have had my resource committees, my political committees taken off me, as is reflected in the papers. Also, there's committees that I have been put on that I haven't legally consented to be on. So I have I've written to my business manager and also the chief executive and also our general secretary. I've had a very productive meeting with this week, and I have explained very clearly that I do not consent to the committees that I've been put on. So legally, what I would ask, Geraldine, if you could be so kind, is if I haven't consented for my name to be on a legal document, can it get put through full council as a legal document that's still competent, that's going against my wishes?
Councillor McAdam, this is not a matter for discussion at a full council meeting. It's a matter for discussion between the leader of your group and the business manager in regard to the committees that you're allocated. The chief executive wishes to make a few comments.
Yeah, Provost, just to take this point. As the elected member is a member of a political group in the council, the nominations have come from that political group. The discussion that's being referred to is an internal group discussion and should be taken up there. In respect of what's in the papers today, that's what's been notified to officers by those groups. And if the elected member either disputes the terms of their nominations or is minded not to be a member of that group, then they need to notify officers or take that up within their group. But it's not a matter for full council.
Provost, thank you very much. Cleland's Provost, if I could just come back and say is that I have actually let officers know when they have sent me out details of when committees would be, that they're actually not committees that I had agreed to be on. If there is something further that I need to do other than take up my own group, which I have with the General Secretary, as I've said, because we had a meeting on Monday about it, then if there's something else that I need to do, if you can please let me know, because my question was, are the council papers legally competent if they have my name on it that says that I'm basically going to be legally put down at full council for this to go through as a council paper? Is it competent if I am stating for the record, and I also have it in writing, that I did not consent to be on these committees, so I am not giving my consent? Are the papers competent?
Councillor McAdam, the matter that you've raised isn't competent in terms of a full council meeting. As I said already, it's a matter for discussion with your leader, deputy leader, business manager within your own group, and I would prefer if you took that forward in that direction. Geraldine, do you wish to make a comment?
I can confirm that the paper on the committee before the council today is a competent paper in that it complied with the arrangements in place within the council. So the political groups are given a number of places. It's for the political groups then to nominate. If there is any dispute about nominations, then you would take that up with your political group. That is not something that the council could interfere with.
Okay, can I bring in Councillor Kalikis, please?
Councillor Kalikis, you're muted. Sorry.
Typical, sorry. I had my hand up for a different reason, but I'm just wondering, is it not the case that Councillor McAdams could then vote against what's on the papers and ask that our dissent be noted? And I've got another point once that's
we're not taking a vote on these papers, Councillor Kalikis. These papers are simply for noting. They are information giving papers. Do you have another point?
Well, on that basis,
point of order, Chair. Can I just ask, just before we move on to Councillor Kalikis' question, I certainly wouldn't be happy if my name was on a document that was coming before and I hadn't agreed to it. And I appreciate that you're saying that's competent in here, and that may be for the other political party to sort out between themselves. But personally, myself, if I'm sitting here and I'm unhappy that my name is in that paper to go somewhere, I certainly wouldn't be attending. And I know that you're saying it's competent, but surely there's something needs to happen here, because but the sounds of things, Councillor McAdams does not want to attend the names that she's on, or whatever that issue may be. So certainly I have some concerns there for myself.
I'm happy to note the point that you're making, but as I've already pointed out, this is a matter for discussion within a political group. And, you know, that has to take place between the business manager, the leader and the councillor in question. The political group have nominated these councillors to attend these committees in good faith, and that's the paper that's before us today. They can take that offline from this meeting and have that political discussion, and if there is a required change to the committee, that can be brought forward in the normal way. Do you wish to add anything?
Yeah, just to say the papers are competent, they reflect the matter of fact. The fact is that these are the nominations passed by the business managers of the respective political groups. If an elected member disagrees with the nomination that's been made by their political group business manager, it needs to be taken up within the party. It's not a matter for full council to discuss.
Councillor Miller, do you have a point to make?
Sorry, I wasn't finished my point. I was interrupted by Councillor Nielsen.
Okay.
It was just to say about the interpreters. I think we need to have a better way of notifying that the interpreters need breaks, because we're putting in the chat and it's just they're not receiving their breaks.
Well, I've tried to take account of breaks as best we can. The meeting has been lengthy. I'm hoping that we're going to resolve that by coming to a conclusion in the next 5 or 10 minutes of the meeting. So I don't propose to take a further break at this particular time. I was conscious that all councillors needed a break and perhaps time to go for a coffee at the last break we had, so it was an extended break. Councillor Miller, is there any other point you wish to make, Councillor Kalikis? No. Councillor Miller, Gladys.
There's a couple of things. One, it was to just echo what Janine's saying. There's a number of hands up, and I think it's easy for someone who's not interpreting to say, we'll let it go, we're nearly finished. I don't think that's fair to interpreters. We said that after an hour that we would take a break. And if anybody has interpreted for an hour, you'll know how exhausting it is. The other thing is, it's in relation to Councillor McAdam. I think she's no a daft wee lassie. She's been here already for a full term, and I would imagine, she's bringing this. We've got a paper in front of us saying this is what's happening in black and white, and it clearly is something that she hasn't agreed with. And as Councillor Nelson said, I'd be horrified if I had discussed that. I'm sure she's obviously discussed it and it's remained on the papers, and that's worrying.
2 points. The last break we had was for 15 minutes and we resumed the meeting around 1:15. So we've been working for a further 45 minutes. We haven't been working a further hour. It would be my intention, if the meeting goes beyond that, that we can have another break. The matter in terms of that Councillor McAdam has raised is not a matter for other groups to discuss. I go back to what I've said already. It is a matter for discussion between Councillor McAdam, her leader and the business manager. No other group can take a decision on who attends which committee. And you'll know that from within your own group discussions when committees are allocated. The route of complaint is within the Labour group, and that's the way that Councillor McAdams has to take it forward. Councillor Donnelly.
Point of order, Provost. Over here. Yeah, I echo the points of Councillor Miller and Kalikis. I think we should ask the interpreters rather than just assume that they don't need a break. I think that should be a theme going forward rather than assuming, because I don't think it's worked terribly well so far in this meeting.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with you, and we have not been operating a further hour. The agreement is in principle that after an hour we will have a 5-minute break. We had a 10-minute break.
Point of order.
Point of order here.
We came back at 12:47 p.m.
Yeah, that was going to be amazing as well. It's been over an hour.
Well over.
Okay, then we will take another 5-minute break. I expect people to be back here at 2:05.
Roberts, do you have my name's been up for about 5 minutes? In fact, I'm the top.
Well,
of the
I'll get to you. I'll get to you, Councillor Scott, when we come back from our 5-minute break.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm aware that Cambuslang and Rutherglen Area Committee was due to commence at 2 o'clock. Susan might give an update on that.
And following the completion of this meeting, we understand people are probably hungry, so there'll be a half-hour break before Cambuslang and Rutherglen Area Committee commences, but that'll be half hour following the end of this meeting. Thank you.
And it would be my intention in future, if meetings are going to continue this length of time, that we do have a half-hour break for people to have a sandwich and a coffee, because it's a long time for you to continue working. Okay, I now have a point from Councillor Graham Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully it's a helpful suggestion given the discussions we've had just now. And Geraldine can clarify it. If we pass this paper with the Councillor McAdam's names on these two committees, am I right? She is automatically on these committees. And it's to take the point Councillor Nelson made earlier that you can't put somebody's name on without consent. Would it not be to help the council and help proceed matters to a conclusion that we just take Councillor McAdam's names off these two committees pending further discussions inside the Labour group, so we can all move on?
Councillor Scott, I've already given a ruling on this. This is not a matter for discussion at a full council meeting. This is a matter for discussion within your own and Councillor McAdam's political group. Were there to be any changes to the paper that's before us today, there is a route to bring that forward, and there's a section 42 that can carry out changes more rapidly. So I'm not going to take any further points regarding discussion in this council meeting about the allocation of committee places. Please take that back to your business manager, your leader and deputy leader, and have that discussion offline. So I'm not taking any further points.
Point of order, please.
Yes.
Thank you. It was about a point that Councillor Kalikis had raised earlier, which she didn't actually get a full answer to. She had asked that if it was an item for noting, whether any member of the council would be able to record their dissents. And she was told that this wasn't a matter for discussion. Could we have some clarity on that, please? If it's a matter for noting, can any member of the council have their dissent recorded? Thank you.
Susan will advise us on that.
In the standing orders, a member can only get their dissent recorded if they move an amendment and they fail to get a seconder, then they can ask that their dissent is recorded.
Okay, so I'm just going to move now that we have heard the points that have been raised, and we're noting these papers on block, items 11 to 30.
Provost, I've had my hand up.
Councillor Donnelly, last point.
It's just to go back. I'm a bit concerned for the interpreters, and to reiterate the decision that we took, that when the meeting was running, if it was running up to an hour, then we would actually break in order to give them leeway and give them a break. So I would like to reiterate that and make sure that that's going forward as a robust plan to ensure the interpreters get their break as a matter of inclusion and equality. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Those points have been noted for future meetings and all meetings in the council. Can we now agree the papers on block that were before us?
Provost, I've got a point of order.
For noting.
Provost, I've got a point of order.
Councillor McAdams, I'm not accepting any further comments on this paper.
It's not to do with that, Margaret. It was just to say I wondered if what we could do was basically like speak to COSLA, because I know that they were basically doing a lot of work, and they were doing a work on councillors' wages and the amount of hours that councillors did, and they were trying to compile as much information as possible so that it meant that councillors just didn't do like one 5-year block. block, that it meant that when somebody, went forward to being a councillor, they were like looking at the reasons why that they, would continue to be a councillor, and look at the reasons of why basically, they stopped being a councillor. And I just wonder if there's something that we can do with COSLA, because obviously, like, my problem is I'm financially inhibited, which is what the problem is in a cost of living crisis. So it's just, if we could do something with COSLA, we could use this as a case study or whatever, so that it means it's something that can get taken forward, so that it can help other people, so that they don't find themselves in the same situation. So it's just to say, whatever way that I could do to be helpful, to basically for us to take this forward to COSLA, then basically it's a really good example of why basically people stop being councillors, or then end up costing the council, for a by-election or whatever, because, they can't actually afford to stay being a councillor.
Councillor McAdam, I'm not taking any other points of urgent business, and that's not a matter that has been put before us today. So that's for another time and another place.
Thank you very much,
and the Chief Executive might want to make a comment.
Right, very final, Provost. Councillor McAdam's notes a piece of work that COSLA have intimated. It was at a previous meeting where they'll be looking at council remuneration, etc. They've agreed to reconstitute a thing called SLAC, which is the Scottish Local Authority Remuneration Committee, I think, which is looking at the matter. And if we're asked for an input to that committee, then we'll put a consolidated submission that will pick up the affordability issues which have been raised. But hopefully that can put a line on it.
Thank you. You will note that this has been a lengthy meeting today. You would know that from the papers that were in front of us, and there were a number of contentious issues included in those. We've had a number of full council meetings over the last term that lasted for a considerable period of time. And as I said, my intention in future would be to take a half-hour break to allow councillors to have a bit of respite, as well as the interpreters. And given consideration that the tea room in the councillors' area is no longer functioning, you might wish to bring something with you, because it doesn't really leave you a lot of time to go upstairs to get something. So thank you very much, everyone, for your participation in today's meeting.
Apologies for holding it up, and sorry for not mentioning it earlier on in the meeting, but earlier on you used the term good wife in response to Councillor Miller. I'm just wondering if you think that's an appropriate comment to make for yourself as a representative of the council during a meeting.
I think it's a rather petty point that you have raised, and I'm not prepared to discuss it any further. The meeting's called to a close.